The Leicestershire Foxes winning.
Well, hello there and welcome to live coverage of Leicestershire Foxes against Yorkshire Vikings in the penultimate game of the pool stages of the Women's T20 Blast. It is a glorious day here in the centre of Leicester. I'm Adam Whitty, I'll be keeping you company, sadly for you, until about 5 o'clock or until the conclusion of this game. It's a great double header today with so much at stake. The men's game, of course, Leicestershire need to beat Yorkshire and hope that the Bears slip up to Derbyshire and then they can sneak into the quarter-finals. The situation a lot happier for Leicestershire, but Leicestershire's women, I should say, but things can things can change depending on what happens today. The men's team have been rather unsuccessful in the men's blast. The women's Yorkshire team have been unstoppable. 6 wins from 6, they're on 29. Leicestershire in second are on 13 points. They're in prime position for a spot at finals day. Yorkshire are already there, but Leicestershire will hope to win today, be the first team to stop Yorkshire and secure a place both then on Sunday and by getting 2 wins that will get them to finals day in Northampton next Saturday. Leicestershire come into this off the back of a 9-wicket win for Worcestershire, but they had won their previous 3 before that. Yorkshire have won 6 from 6, a 53-run victory. against Northamptonshire on the 13th of July. And the Leicestershire players already out onto the field. And it will be, I'll bring you the teams actually for Leicestershire and for both teams. So the Leicestershire team: Becky Brooker, Keska Sweet, Scarlett Hughes, Lucy Weston, Ellen Watson, Flora Davis, Ellie Phillips, Danica Roth, Holly Whitfield, April Herathka and Emma Thatcher. And it is it going to be Herathka? That's what the scoreboard says, but I'm not sure it is. It's going to be Emma. It's going to be Emma Thatcher who's going to get us underway from the pavilion end. The Yorkshire team, I'll bring you in a second. The two opening batsmen, Boyce and Thomas. So Leicestershire against Yorkshire in the T20 Blast Women in Division 2, and it is going to be Thatcher, left arm over the wicket, bowling from the pavilion end, the end closest to us, and in she comes now. Bowls a swinging, looping delivery that is driven to the fielder at mid-off. That's Becky Brooker, the captain, in typical captain's position. So it's a very, very hot day here in the in Ayleston, just north of the centre of Leicester, as Thatcher comes back in. Short run up, that's down the leg side, and that's going to be a wide. Dealing with that much in-swing to the right-handed Boyce, you're going to have to get your line right. Start outside off stump. That started pretty much on a leg stop line and got worse and worse in terms of direction. The Yorkshire team, let me get that up in front of you. They will surely be favourites for this competition, or this league title, as there's a shot played out into the leg side, just glanced off the hips by Boyce, and Yorkshire are underway. The team: Georgie Boyce, Erin Thomas, Rebecca Duckworth, Maddie Ward, both the captain and wicket-keeper, coming in at number 4, Amy Campbell, Olivia Thomas, Ria Fackrell, Rachel Slater, Claude Cooper, Jenny Lee and Jess Woolston. Thatcher, her third ball of this over. It's a slower delivery and it's glanced down towards short fine leg. The two fielders out in the power play that I can see are at deep mid-wicket and deep backward square leg. As Thatcher turns and runs in away from us. Another looping delivery. There might have been an inside edge on that, or it might have just been sneaking away down the leg side. There was a strangled appeal for leg before wicket, but the umpire unmoved, and there is no run. So 2 from the first 4 deliveries of the over. This again between the top 2 in the division. Yorkshire, by the way, won the toss and chose to bat. And there's a looping delivery. There's so much swing on that, goodness me. As that goes, that's another leg side wide. Again, just not getting the line right. If that had started outside off stump, that would have been an extraordinary delivery to have to face. But as it was, went down the leg side. 3 for no loss. As Thatcher is 17 on her back. Comes in, bowls, that's a better line. Forward comes Thomas, leans over the ball and glides it into the leg side. She'll get a single for that. She's off the mark. So the score 4 for no loss. Healthy crowd at either side of the ground. As Thatcher in, bowls another looping delivery and it's hit for 4 over mid-wicket. The excitement in my voice came from the fact that mid-wicket was in play, but it was just over her head. Nice shot from Boyce, finding that on the hard volley and whacking it for 4. So 8 off the opening over, 8 deliveries in it, and the score is 8 for no loss. Welcome to those on the Leicestershire Club stream, as well as those listening on the BBC Sport website and app. I'm Adam Whitty with you for the next few hours. So why don't we have a look? Let's have a look at the table, shall we, between these two. As I already mentioned, it's first against second, but it's interesting to look at how the tables are shaping up in this competition. But first we've got Phillips to bowl from the far end, the Bennett end. Ellie Phillips. And she bowls her first delivery. It's a slow delivery. It's a beauty. Just moves off the seam. That might have been an off-cutter from her, and there is no run. Ellie Phillips with the ball. 6 wickets. 2 maidens in there as well. Comes in now, bowls, toops, tosses it up, and that's a glorious shot. Picked up off the half volley, and that's going to race away for 4 as well. Just strayed in terms of length, a tad too full, which allowed Thomas to lean over that and whack it away for 4 through mid-wicket. That's the second shot that we've seen like that. Leicestershire just straying too full onto the pads, and it was punished. Phillips moving in towards us now. She bowls a wider delivery, which is pulled from off stump to leg out to deep mid wicket. This time there is no run. Sorry, there was a single added to the total, I should say. So Yorkshire 6 from 6, then Leicestershire on 13. Worcestershire, who played again a game more, on 11, so that puts Leicestershire in the driving seat. Although you might argue if they don't win today, then it really does come all down to the final day. Northamptonshire on 10, having played 7, and then Derbyshire on 8, having won 2 of their 6 games. Leicestershire play on Sunday. There's another tossed up delivery driven watchfully by Boyce. There is no run to mid off. And it's going to be Middlesex and Glamorgan. They join in finals day. Those two have torn ahead in the South Group. Northampton on the 26th of July. Phillips 5 from her first 4 balls. Comes in, bowls down the leg side, a little bit wide. Nice sedate atmosphere inside Grace Road. As Phillips turns, kicks up her heels now and charges in. That's a good length and driven though. It's a glorious shot. Cover drive met on the half volley, and that's going to race away for 4 through extra cover. Boyce getting onto the length of that. You can tell that Yorkshire are a team in form here, and Boyce very much a player in form too. She's one of the top scorers in the competition. Now over 200 runs at an average of approaching 35, so she's no mug at all, is Georgie Boyce, and she moves on to 9 with that shot. Glorious cover drive. 150, but she's got the only 50 has Boyce for Yorkshire in this competition so far. In comes Phillips, and that's a lovely shot by Boyce, just clipping it off her legs, and the outfield is super fast, so with 3 players converging on that, and it's dribbled over the boundary rope. It looked a relatively innocuous shot. It's the type of shot you normally sort of play away for 1, but it found the gap in the infield, and we've had a parched outfield for quite some time. It raced away for 4 runs. 22 for no loss, 14 off that second over from Phillips, and Yorkshire have started very, very well in the power play. Any other live scores in the competition at the moment? Yes, both of the games have started. Derbyshire are 11 for no loss after 1 over against Northants, and Glamorgan 5 for no loss after 1.2 overs against Kent. Thatcher to continue, 8 off her first over. She's bowling from the pavilion end, left arm over the wicket, and again they've got that looping in swing to the right-handed to Thomas, who glances this away square of the wicket on the leg side, excuse me, for single. Boyce now on strike on 13. Thatcher turns past the umpire now, tosses this one up. That's fuller and straighter, and clipped towards mid-wicket. There is no run. Thatcher the leading wicket taker, 7 wickets at 14 apiece, and an average economy of 5.2, which is not too shabby at all. 9 off her first 1.2 overs as she runs in now, bowls, and that's looping again, and that's a bit of an inside edge there. It's safe, it goes out to deep backward square leg, and a single is taken. Great movement, lovely shape on the delivery coming in from the left-hander. Two right-handed batsmen, those two fielders in the deep again, a deep mid-wicket. On that deep backward square leg, the aforementioned deep backward square leg. That's a much better delivery. Appeal for leg before wicket. Big appeal given. It looked out, it looked close from here. That looping in swing was always going to cause problems. And it crashed into Thomas's pad. And Leicester should get their first wicket. Yorkshire, after a very, very good start, have their first one falling. And the score is 24 for 1. Just watching the replay, it looked like it crashed into on middle and leg. Although Thomas didn't look best pleased with it, but looked close to me anyway. 24 for 1, and 8th wicket of the T20 blast for Thatcher. So the new batter in, taking her guard, is Rebecca Duckworth. Stands and waits. Thatcher with 1 wicket to her name, 2 balls left in the over. Bowls another beautiful in-swinger. That's perfect line and length with the angle coming back into the right-hander. It's just a defensive shot that can be offered by Duckworth first ball. There is no run. Duckworth with 62 runs from 5 innings, a best of 43, so the vast majority of them coming in 1 innings. Not been the easiest time for her as a Yorker comes in, again swinging back in. A lovely shape, and that's the end of the over. Successful one for Leicestershire. Yorkshire 24 for 1 at the end of the first. Listening to BBC Radio Leicester, BBC Radio York, or BBC Radio Leeds coverage, and on the BBC and on the Leicestershire stream, I should say. A few white clouds above us, blue sky. It's hot today, and this game between the top 2 in the division simmering nicely.
Holly Whitfield.
So change at the Bennett end. Holly Whitfield it is, number 31, her back on the far side of the field as we see it. The pitch slightly to our left, nice green tinge to it. Just her 3rd game, yet to take a wicket for Whitfield. She's a tall figure, blonde hair, and bouncy run up. In she comes now, she bowls, and back goes Boyce and just guides this behind square on the offside for a single. Boyce onto 14 as a result of that. And there's another nicely played shot behind square, nicely finer by Boyce. Similar line, but I think just played a little bit later, a little bit more smartly, more aware of where the fielder was, and just guided that beautifully to the right of the fielder. But I guess it's a short 3rd man, and it raced away for 4 runs. Boyce looking in the mood today. There's a change in the field. I often wonder with things like this whether it's closing the stable door after the horse has bolted. They've sent back 3rd man, and Point has come in In comes Whitfield bowls, and well, I'll take that back, don't I? That's gone straight to point. So no run. Wide delivery outside off stumps. A tall bowler. High release point as well, Whitfield. And she runs in towards us now. Bowls. Oh, and that's a big shot. That's skied. And the fielder slipped just at the wrong point, so they're going to get away with it, his boys. Went for a big slog. Lofted cover drive, but it's gone away for 2 in the end. Was it just 1? They've only run 1 in the end. As it's fielded on the third round boundary. Five off the first 4 balls from Whitfield. Duckworth facing. And it's a beauty outside off stump. Just a little bit of movement off the seam away from the batter there. Duckworth left nibbling at that. .29 for 1, the score between Leicester and Yorkshire, as the Yorkshire batter Duckworth waits and is off the mark with a pleasant back foot punch. Adds into the offside through extra cover. She'll get a single for that. And that is the end of the over. Whitfield posing a few problems, but a few crunching drives in there too. 30 for 1 is the score after 4 overs, as the top 2 in the North group of the Vitality Blast Women Division 2 takes place here at Grace Road. Other scores in the competition: Derbyshire 26 for no loss against Northants over at Derby. And then Glamorgan 19 for no loss off 3.4 overs. There's a change in bowling. Phillips is going to come back on for her second over. And there's a lovely in-swing, a beautiful flight on that, moving into the right-hander. Right arm over the wicket. And there is no runs, just played to cover. Phillips, 84, on her back, comes in, bowls down the leg side, although I think that just clipped the pad. Struck the pad, and the throw comes into the wicket keeper between her legs. So it's a leg by. I can see the umpire signalling there. 31 for 1. Boyce 19, Duckworth 1. Phillips, blonde hair in a ponytail. Waits as the field being changed. There's a backward square leg coming in on a short fine leg as the ball is bowled. It's hit high up in the air and over the head of mid-off and is going to race away for 4. It was better time than I initially thought. Crisp timing, not much follow through, but it was right out of a metre of the bat from Boyce and sailed over the head of mid-off, who is Becky Brooker. It's a tall player, and it was 2-3 bounce for 35 for 1, 4.3 overs. In comes Phillips, straight delivery, slightly less movement this time, leg stump line, and it's flicked away towards that backward square leg. We've also got a deep mid wicket. A sort of quite square mid on, orthodox mid off, extra cover, backward point. In comes Phillips, back goes Boyce and plays this to the extra cover. Comes in again, bowls driven, Phillips. And there's a shot, the stumps and hit! It's a great throw, the umpire shakes her head. That was close, that. As Boyce ran to the non-striker's end, Brooker with a good throw, hit middle stump. About a third of the way up, and there was an appeal. It's definitely a shout, but there's no third umpire. Just about in. It was a despairing dive though from Boyce. So end of the over. Phillips conceded 19 off her 2 overs so far. The score 36 for 1. Boyce 24, Duckworth 1. So no new over starts as the leading edge. Whitfield bowls her first delivery from the Bennett end, and it's played towards extra cover. So the run rate at 7 and over, which is pretty good for this competition. Pitch just to our left-hand side as I see it, sat here up in the commentary box. Whitfield, tall and straight, comes in, it's pulled around the corner, the ugly shot, but there's a throw at the stumps again. That would have been even tighter than the previous run-out chance, but Boyce chancing the arms. A clean pick-up by Harathka on that far side. At mid-on, pretty ugly hoik in the end, that didn't particularly come off. She's got a single for it though, and Duckworth 1 off 6. Now waits as Whitfield comes charging into her. Bowls, it's outside off stump, and that's glided away just wide of point. It'll be fielded by third man, running round to her right hand side. It's Brooker down there. Whitfield comes in now, bowls, and that's just played out to backward point. A tumbling stop and a single taken. Whitfield keeping it relatively tight. She's bowling to her field, to be fair, stacked the offside. With that point, third man, there's a deep cover and she's bowling it out there. They can't, the gaps on the outfield are away on the leg side, but she's bowling outside off stump with away swingers, which means that the batsman can't pull it away. As I say, that's exactly what happens. Just straying a tiny bit too straight and dropping the length back too much, and Boyce is too good for that. Turns round and pulls it behind square on the leg side. 44 for 1, and Boyce onto 29 and looks in the mood. Whitfield again. This is the final ball of her second over. It's a full toss, and that's got the punishment it deserved. That was too straight and a line that was, well, a length. Well, there wasn't really any length to it, was there? It was a full toss, hip height, and pulled away for Boyce. So a good start to the over, probably a poor end to it, as 18 off the 2 overs that Whitfield's bowled. There were 10 off it in the end, so that means it is 48 for 1 at the end of the power play, and I suspect Yorkshire will be very happy with that indeed. In fact, there were 12 off that over in the end from Whitfield. That one rate up to 8 and over. We have a change of bowling at the pavilion end. That's going to be Harathka, isn't it? It is April Harathka, 24 on her back. Sunny skies at Grace Road as the top 2 in the Division 2 of the North Group go head to head, and here is Harathka. Bowling to Duckworth, who has played the anchor role at the moment throughout the innings, with Boyce doing the fun hitting. 33 from 20 she is, Duckworth 4 of 8. Here is Harathka with the leg spin, and that's beautifully flighted delivery just outside off stump, and there is no run played to mid-off. In terms of Harathka's stats, 4 wickets at 20 apiece. Going at under run a ball though, that's flighted again. Tossed right up. They're going for the quick singles, are Yorkshire, testing now, and that one worked this time. They put Brooker at mid-off under enough pressure that she fumbled the ball, and a single is taken. 49 for 1 the score. Rathke spins the ball from her right to her left hand. Shirt tucked in. Black hair in a ponytail. She comes in. Again, flighted beautifully on an off-stump line. It's one of those deliveries that will make your eyes light up. You've got to contain yourself. And going for the big slog. Boyce does that. Drives it down the ground but doesn't get a run from it. So just one run off the first 3 deliveries here. Rathke tosses this one up and that's hit her teammate. That's going to sting. And she's frustrated with herself, Boyce. She thought that was in the slot to smack down the ground. She certainly went for the lofted shot. Didn't time it and ended up getting nothing from it, thanks to Duckworth at the other end, who was the poor batter in the way. 2 balls left of the over. Rathke in. The line has been spot on and the length has been tempting all over, and that one had again just given a little bit more width to drive to cover. There's a bit of protection out there, but it's driven straight to extra cover. No run. Here's Rathke. This one flighted less. Now, did that hit anything? The umpire, no, signalling a wide, so it didn't hit anything. Went for the sweep, did Boyce, and missed it. Rathke. The final ball of the over. This one's hit high in the air over the top, and that's a glorious shot. She's been angling for that, Boyce, and finally was able to lift her head up, arc the blade, and smash it over mid-off for 4. I don't think Leicestershire will be too disappointed with that. That was the shot they wanted her to play, but it was executed brilliantly. Boyce on to 37 off 24 deliveries, a 50 up now for Yorkshire. Boyce looking brilliant in this over 200 runs in the campaign after getting 1 in this innings, and now the score 54 for 1. She's now 236 runs in this competition and looks set fair for a big score, it has to be said. Change of bowling at the pavilion end. It is going to be Danica Roth. She's going to bowl from the Bennett end. Spoke to her at the Leicestershire Women and Girls event a couple of years ago. South African born. Oh, she's gone running off for some reason. She's just going to... Oh, she's just put her hands in the rough there. Let's get a little bit more grip on the ball. She stands on the far side of the pitch from us. Spins from right to left hand. And skips in now. Bowls leg spin. It's a lovely action and not a huge amount of movement on that. Never spins particularly at Grace Road, and it causes Duckworth enough problems. 5 off 11 she is. Roth. This is a long hop and it's not punished by Duckworth. It really should have been. There's a sweep that's played straight to mid-wicket, no run. Roth tosses this one up. That's better. It's a nearly chance of a caught and bowl. It might have been a bump ball, but either way, it's driven down the ground for 4 over the head of Roth. Duckworth did really well to get to the pitch of that. Her left leg was stretched right down the pitch and driven down the ground for 4 more to Yorkshire, who are looking very good indeed here. In fact, it was a full toss, wasn't it? I thought it was hitting the half volley, and there wasn't really much of a danger of a cord. It was well above over Roth's head. What's her response going to be? Straight as a die down the ground. Here she comes with an angled run up, skipping in, and again she charges. It does. Duckworth plays it to cover as a misfield, which means they'll get a run. change in the field for Leicestershire. I think mid-wicket's just come round a little bit. Deep mid-wicket. There's a plane flies overhead somewhere. And there's a sweep that comes in there from Boyce, but it's not connected with. A bit shy of the stumps. Where's that plane then? Oh, it's a helicopter right over our head there. We're off. Final ball of the over. 6 off it so far. That's a poor length, or poor line delivery. 2 down the leg side, and easy pickings for Duckworth, who leg glances this forward of square on the leg side. End of the over. 61 for 1. The 7 off the over from Roth. Some good stuff. Some mixed. It was a mixed over. Some good stuff. Some bad stuff in there. But Yorkshire going at a rollicking old rate here. 61 for 1 is the score. Boyce 38 of 25, she looks in the mood, and Duckworth 11 of 15, perhaps that over a sign she's just looking to increase the pace a little bit. The other scores, Derbyshire 50 for 1 against Northants after 7 overs, Glamorgan 41 for 1 after 7 overs. And Harathka's going to continue at the pavilion end. She's moving away from us. Bowling to Duckworth, comes in now, bowls leg spin, and that's driven through the gap for 4. Perfectly timed, that's racing away over the outfield for 4 through cover. And if you're bowling like that, bowling full tossed up deliveries, trying to get the big shot, what you can do is just charge it, come down the pitch, get it on the full, and play it to where you want to, make it into the shot you want it to be. So I think Harathka's perhaps going to just have to drop her length back, which is where the battle comes in. Duckworth ramping up now. Here comes Harathka, and she goes even fuller in fact, and is swept out to mid-wicket, juggled, but a good arm comes in, and a single is added. 67 for 1. And they're sending, she's sending both fielders back to Boyce on 38. Down the ground, so we've got a long on and a long off now, out of the power play of course. Harathka, nice action, and bowls just the perfect length, just back a little bit, and means that Boyce can't come forward to it, can't try and smack it, and instead goes back and flicks this away to mid-wicket. No run. 66 for 1. Harathka in, and there's a full delivery. Now, did that come off the bottom edge? Did that come off the pad? Either way, I'm not. Doesn't matter because there's no run coming from it. It goes to short, fine leg where it is fielded. Harathka again in down the leg side. It's going to be a wide. There's no contact made with it. Another attempted sweep from Boyce, so she'll have to bowl that one again. In comes Harathka. Tossed up, driven, and over the top of extra cover. That wasn't particularly well timed, and that's racing away. It's fielded on the boundary by Brooker with a diving stop, sliding along the ground. And Boyce will get 2 for that. Just too full. That's the length I was talking about, just too full. And able to be driven over the top. Harathka. Moving away from us now. Final ball of the over. That's the perfect length to Boyce. Forces her to go back, but she was in 2 minds there for a second. Cuts to mid-off. And in fact, that's extra cover, isn't it? So a single added. And that is the end of the over. 70 for 1. At the 9 over marks. That run rate 7.8. Boyce 41. Duckworth 16.
Taking over at the Bennett end, Francesca Sweet.
Francesca Sweet. The new bowler at the Bennett end. She'll be bowling to Boyce, who's kept strike after getting a single off the final ball of the over. pacey run up, energetic from Sweet, and that's a leg stump line and glanced away on the leg side for a single. 71 for 1. Duckworth now on strike. And that's down the leg side. There's an appeal for a catch there. Did that get a fine edge? The Leicestershire players don't look too fussed by the not out decision that comes in. It must have come off the pad because it was a wide, wasn't given, so it must have flicked something worth the appeal. Sweet in. Outside off stump, edged, or no, in fact it wasn't edged, it just came off the pad of wicket keeper there, and there is no run. Sweet again, one run off the first 3 deliveries, and it's an in-swinging Yorker that's driven down the ground for a single. Boys in straight, good lengths and lines from Sweet in this over. There's another shot at the stumps, quick single taken. That's been a key facet of this Yorkshire innings, has been the straight drives and the singles taken. I guess this fielders are relatively far back, certainly mid-off and mid-on. In fact, there is no mid-off in that field, is there? Is it mid-on? Taken one to mid-off or mid-on almost every single time. In comes Sweet in, driven to cover. There is no run. .73 for 1, 3 off that Sweet over. That was very impressive and probably what they needed. Boyce and Duckworth threatening to get away. But Sweet 5 wickets, going at 6.5 and over so far in the T20 blast. It's kept things nice and tight there. 73 for 1 the score between these two.
Over at the pavilion end, Lucy Weston.
Change of bowling again, and this is going to be at the pavilion end. Weston to bowl. This time finger spin, leading edge first up. Delightfully tempted length. And floated high, tossed up. Sunglasses on, Weston. As she comes in again now, bowls. That's a shorter delivery and pulled away, and it's probably lucky to only concede a single for that. As Boyce somewhat slowed down by Leicestershire. I think they'll be pretty proud of how they've slowed Boyce down. She started off at a rate of knots, but hasn't quite found the bounce. She hasn't had the strike as much as she probably did in the early stages. Here comes Weston again, away from us. That's a bunger, hit high up in the air, and it's going to land safely. I'm going to go for 4. No, whether that's a no ball as well or just a 4, it is a no ball, signalled by the square leg umpire. So it's going to get a warning for that. After bowling again, this is going to be a free hit, so this ball has already cost 4. And it's the same thing, and it's not going to get the same. It's not going to get the same punishment. Now, will that be given as a no ball as well? I don't think it was that time. Perhaps because Boyce came charging down the track. Duckworth came charging down the track even. So she's in cut. and missed. Well taken by the wicket keeper, Watson. Weston to Watson. In fact, it looks like, yeah, 4 no ball and then a 1, so we will have another delivery. Forward comes Boyce and pleasantly drives this down the ground. They just go for 1. They decide not to take on the arm. It's a good throw as well. So it was the right decision that comes in. 81 for 1 is the score. And these two building nicely now. As Duckworth Waits comes in, swept to short fine leg. They go through the single. Good call from Boyce, who called Duckworth through. She moves on to 23. And that's the end of the over. 9 off it. That no ball 4, the real killer. Otherwise, she kept it relatively tight, did Weston. And this partnership continues to build. It's now worth 58. In 8 overs. Run rate 7.5. Yorkshire 82 for 1.
Over at Mediterranean, Holly Whitfield.
Whitfield then to bowl her 3rd over. It's a better length. She was staying a bit too wide in the first 2, but that's a much better line and length. And all that Duckworth can do is just push at it outside off stump, get a single, add into the offside. She gets a single. A bit of a pause as they're bringing mid on, bringing long on up to mid on. In comes Whitfield. That's driven and through the legs of the fielder at backward point, and the ball just sort of stopped in the outfield there. Fielded by her teammates. It only went about 5 metres behind her. I don't think she realised that. Either way, there's 2 added to the total. They're able to take advantage of the fact that sort of somewhat split the players. So Boyce on to 47 off 36. Short ball pulled up in the air. Now, could this be a catch? No. That would have been a horrible ball to get a wicket from, and a horrible ball for Boyce to get out from. She gets away with it, though, pulling it high up into the air. It lands short of her Athgar at mid-on, though. And that's a full delivery, hit high in the air, chance for a catch, and taken! Great catch! Add extra cover, tumbling back. That's a drive in the air from Boyce, who had looked untroubled throughout most of the innings, but looked like she was trying to force the issue. And tumbling back, I think that's Scarlett Hughes who's taken that catch, moving back, taking it high at cover. In fact, it's Ellie Phillips who's taken it. Wonderful catch. And Leicestershire have their 2nd wicket, and boy, do they need it, with these two putting on a 50 partnership together. And Boyce has to depart for a very, very good 47. Drive, high up in the air. It's possibly not the right shot. There's enough cover there, but it's so difficult when you're tumbling back like that to grab hold of it. And Ellie Phillips just did that. The new batsman, Ward, and Whitfield to bowl to her. Driven down the ground to mid-on. Rathke fields well, there is no run. I think there's an element of frustration about that, as so often the single had been taken to either mid-on or mid-off, but not that time. In comes Whitfield, outside off stump, cut by Ward to get off the mark, and the single's taken, but it's fielded by Point, moving round to where right to field. Well, end of the over, successful one for Leicestershire. 12 overs gone, 86 for 2. Duckworth on 24, Ward on 1, and that one made it 7.2 and over.
At the pavilion end, Danica Roth.
Change of ends for Danica Roth. 7 runs from her first over. And leg spin, right arm leg spin, bowling to the right-handed Ward, who's 1 not out off 2 deliveries. In comes Ward. Roth rather, to Ward, and Ward cuts forward of square, having to reach for that somewhat. Plays it out to X deep cover. There is a run taken. Here comes Roth again, 87 for 2. Tosses this one up. That's a beautiful slower ball. How clever was that? I possibly saw Duckworth coming and took the pace right off that, and it only meant that Duckworth could play it late to backward point. No run. Clever bowling. Sun comes out at Grace Road. Here comes Roth. Leg spinner on an off stump line, heaved over towards the leg side by Duckworth, who will get a single. Move on to 25. Roth in. And that sort of stunt. It's been quite a successful line, actually. That's certainly where the field protection is, to be bowling outside off stump. There's 4 players in the ring there, mid-off, extra cover, short third man, and backward point. As Roth comes in, cut again. This time it finds the gap because there's also a deep cover. .89 for 2. Yorkshire against Leicestershire in this top 2 clash in League 2 of the Women's Vitality Blast. Roth. That's a beautiful delivery. You can just see how well that was tossed up. Perfect flight on that, and it's driven by Duckworth, who couldn't do much with it. But she's still there. 25 of 28, playing a key role in this innings. 13 overs gone at Grace Road under sunny skies. Bit of white cloud in the air, but otherwise a very pleasant day. And the Foxes under pressure from Yorkshire, the best team probably in the whole of the T20 Blast Division 2, to be honest. They've won 6 from 6. Leicestershire 3 from 3, but it looks like these two are going to get a final state. If Leicestershire win today, they'll certainly be happy about it. Francesca Sweet will bowl from the Bennett end. 3 off her first over, and she comes, and that's a straight delivery. I'm watching the umpire with interest there, whether there's a leg bye signalled, and there is. So they didn't come off the bat. They get a single as a little squirting out into the leg side. There's a single. Oh, so ambulance just down to the left hand side on the Gilligan Road. Sweet in. Bowls down the leg side. That's a wide signalled. So to bowl that one again, just too straight the first 2 deliveries. First time she got away with it because it came off the pad And even though it was a leg bye, that doesn't go against her figures. The wide, though, certainly does. Sweet. Bowls tossed up. That's a nice line and length on an off-stump line, full. And there's a misfield. There's two misfields, in fact. And they'll get a single from that. That should have been fielded by extra cover first up, and then certainly should have been fielded by mid-off, but most of them missed it. And so Duckworth was able to get another single onto 26. The score 92 for 2. Sweet in. Outside off stump driven, and that's misfielded again by extra cover, and it's going to need to be mopped up by deep cover running round to her right, and no boundary this time. Ward on to 4, 93 for 2. That run rate dropping in the middle overs from a Leicestershire perspective, and well, no, actually from a Yorkshire perspective, but from a Leicestershire perspective, that's very good. Sweet in, driven by Duckworth down the ground. And there is no run. Sweet in again. Driven to cover. And there's a shy at the stumps. They've been very good, Yorkshire, at that, taking the quick single. And they do so again. Duckworth on to 27, but just working in single. Sweet's figures very, very good indeed. One ball left of the second over. We started with a flurry of boundaries in the power plays, you sometimes often do, but they have dried up. Full delivery from Sweet, driven up to mid-off. There'll be no run. That's a very good over from Sweet. Not many off it, and if there weren't so many misfields, it might well have been a maiden, to be honest. It probably should have been. 4 off it, and in the end, actually it wouldn't have been a maiden if it wasn't for the misfields, but there certainly would have been 2 taken off. 94 for 2, Yorkshire approaching their 100, looking for 7 wins in 7 in the T20 Blast. Danica Ruff is to continue bowling from the pavilion end. Ginger hair, ponytail, and she comes, tosses it up outside off stump, driven uppishly over cover, and it's fielded on 1 bounce. After 1 bounce, out at deep cover, and the single is taken. It's fielded there by Holly Whitfield. Hot day out there. Reminder, this is a double header, so do stay tuned if you're watching us on the stream, and of course if you're listening to Radio Leicester. Already it leads. Roth in and swept very nicely indeed out to square leg. They go back for the second, and the throw isn't strong enough to put the batters under any pressure. They do get 3 for 2 rather comfortably. The wind just picks up a little bit. I've got a fan in the commentary box which is turning all by itself thanks to the wings. It's a bit of a wind tunnel in here. Here comes Roth. And that's a long hop, and is that going to be a wide nose? Attempted reverse hit, switch hit. I guess that was probably more than a reverse sweep. And Ruff saw it, I think, sort of chucking it down into the pitch, but it was too short and too wide. Wallace is changing her gloves. Maybe just get a little bit of a little rock in there or something. So she's just taken her glove off, put it back on. Now takes a guard. And that's a horrible beamer that is pulled round the corner, and she's lucky to only get away with a single there. That's surely going to be give a warning. That's surely a no ball. It is. A free hit as well. There's the lasso. Leicestershire flag fluttering in the breeze to the left-hand side. The leaves and the trees swaying in the breeze as Roth comes in. This is full again, and down the pitch comes Duckworth and drives it. And there's a misfield. I think that hit Phillips in the face. That did. So misfielded. Obviously just embarrassed at having dropped it. Hit her in the shoulder or something. Another misfield for Leicestershire, and another extra run conceded as a result. Now what's happened there? Is that someone has been hit in the face or the teeth? It's horrible when you get hit in the face. It's happening down in front of us. Just going to have a bit of a pause in play for the time being while Ellie Phillips gets some treatment. She's got her back to me, so I can't see what's going on there. One of the fitness guys has just put a thumbs up to the rest of the team, so I think she's alright, so maybe just getting a little bit of treatment. That's a double thumbs up in a different direction. I think we're alright to continue, but the players get a much needed drinks break. 102 for 2, so yeah, do stay tuned. Leicestershire against Yorkshire men on here at Grace Road. Second part of this double bill starts at 6:30. We'll have every ball on BBC Radio Leicester and on the stream here on the Leicestershire website, on Leicestershire YouTube I should say. And we're ready to get going again. Here comes Duckworth. Duckworth is facing and carves that for 4. It's a terrible ball from Roth to another at least waist high full toss. I think that's a warning, as that was outside off stump and carved away for 4. That got the treatment it deserved. 106 for 2. Duckworth on to 34. She started slowly, has Duckworth, but started to put it together. Full bunger outside off stump. Here comes Roth again. This time it's the half tracker overcompensating, and that's heaved away onto the leg side this time for a single. 106 for 2. In comes Roth. That's a better flighted delivery. At first I was worried that was going to be another beamer, but it dipped beautifully. And that's the end of the over. And it's 12 offers in the end from Roth, whose figures were alright up until that point. Took a bit of a battering there. 3 overs for 23, her figures, and Yorkshire with 15 overs gone are 107 for 2. Duckworth on 35 and Ward on 7.
Taken over at the Bennett end, April Haratko.
April Harathka to bowl her 3rd over from the Bennett end. 0 for 15, her 2 figures. She bowled previous 2 though from the Pavilion end, and she comes towards us now, driven to mid-off. And this is a fast throw at the stumps, goodness me, she put all her effort into that then mid-on, and doesn't hit the stumps, single taken. Duckworth on to 36, 108 for 2 is the score. Nice bit of encouragement. More people coming in. They've been dripping in throughout the day. Friday night, I guess you finish early, you come down to the cricket perhaps. Driven that ball from Harathka just outside off stump to cover. The Leicestershire flags are now a little bit limper. As Harathka is in. Reverse sweep attempted, and it does go fine and beats the infield. That's going to run away for 4. Any shot, if you get it through that infield, is a boundary threat, really. Straying the line. Ward with her first boundary. It was a premeditated shot, I think, and even though Harathka tried to follow her, put it out of her reach, she Ward was able to adapt nicely and play it down the ground for 4 runs. 112 for 2 is the score. Just see how lightning that outfield is. Harathka moves in. This time the orthodox sweep, and different result this time. It's stopped at short fine leg. And they do get a single from it, though. It was well fielded by Cheska Sweet. Harathka, angled run-up, comes in on the full. It's met by Duckworth, who drives it down the ground. 36. Now 37 from 37. Harathka moves in towards us now. It's another reverse sweep. There's a painful leg before wicket. It's a funny one, that, because it was an attempted reverse switch hit by Ward. And at what point does that not hit you outside the line of leg stump? Technically it did, but I think you can make a reasonable argument that hit her in line with the off stump. No run either way. 114 for 2 at the end of that Harathka over. There are 7 runs from it, and her figure's 0 for 22. 0 for 23 off 3 overs. We've got 4 overs left in this innings. Yorkshire probably, what, looking at 140 maybe?
Emma Thatcher.
And it's Emma Thatcher, 2 for 10. 1 for 10, her figures off 2 overs. Just moving the field round, moving people around to the leg side. So short fine leg has come round to short third man has come round to short fine leg, and there's a deep mid wicket in. His Thatcher, beautiful arc, still getting swing on that ball in the 17th over, bowling left arm over the wicket back into the right hander, and it's swinging in nicely. 115 for 2. Starting well outside off stump, moving straight back in. Thatcher again, brilliant line and length. With that shape moving back into the right hander again, they get a single. Ward on to 13. That run rate at 7 and over now. Leicestershire can keep Yorkshire below 130, which I don't think they'll do. I think 140 seems about right from the final 3.5 overs. Thatcher kicks up her heels and pulls a full delivery. She's bowled her. Well bowled. Thatcher, probably the pick of the bowlers in this innings so far. And Duckworth came down the track. It was a full delivery and it got underneath her bat and crashed into leg stump, which is rocked back. That's a big wicket for Leicestershire. And Duckworth, who played quite a conservative innings in the end, but has played an important role in pushing on after Boyce was out. And she now has to depart. It's a big time to lose a wicket if you're Yorkshire, because you've got a new batter coming in towards the death. 116 for 3, Duckworth gone for 38. So, the new batter at Grace Road, Amy Campbell.
Amy Campbell.
And Thatcher now, left-hander Campbell, so this will be swinging away from her. What line will she go for, I wonder? That's a perfect line and length. Length delivery, starting on a sort of middle and leg line and moving away.
Was bowled by Emma Thatcher for 38.
Here comes Thatcher. Down the track comes Campbell, going for the big heave. Is this going to be a catch? Oh, it's missed by the fielder and he's going to run away for 4. Tough catch, tough chance. And it races away for 4. Well, I think that tells you how Campbell's going to play, aggressively from the very off, charging down the pitch. Second delivery. And whacking it away on that leg side. Should have been taken, but wasn't in the end. So 120 for 3. Thatcher into Campbell, goes for the slog sweep, and that's going to be fielded out in the deep. It's the same fielder who's busy. It's always one of those ones where you drop a catch like that. You don't want the ball to come back to you. So this time it was much better fielded out there in the deep. It's Danica Roth out there, and that is the end of the over. Very good one from Thatcher again. If it wasn't for that forward, it would have been a brilliant over. So there was 7 off it in the end, including a wicket. And Leicestershire. Now, Yorkshire rather, with 3 overs left, 1-2-1 for 3. Campbell on 5, playing aggressive cricket, and Ward at the other end on 13. He's been trying the scoops and the reverse sweeps. And that to be Campbell to Campbell to keep the strike. As Harathka bowls her final over from the Bennett end. One, 2-1 for 3. The score. Harathka tosses it up. It's played into the leg side on the half volley. Nearly got underneath Campbell's bat. She's coming down trying to smack every delivery as we enter the 18th. 1-2-2 for 3 now with Harathka 0 for 23 off her 3 overs. She's bowled pretty well on a very pleasant afternoon even. Mid-afternoon in Leicester. Harathka swept 4-4. It's a glorious shot. It's going to beat the fielder out there. Perfectly placed and wonderfully timed by Ward, who's looked to score most of her runs behind square. She's gone for the switch hits, the reverse sweeps, that an orthodox sweep, and piercing the fielder. There was a fine leg up and then a deep backward square leg. But it was so wonderfully timed, the outfield so lightning quick, that it ran right past her, straight away for 4. Ward on 17 off 17 goes for the same shot, but it hits this too fine. They go through for a single as it was hit straight to short fine leg. Just hear the wind picking up a second. I'll move out of the way of the window. 127 for 3. 140, 145 still seeming out right for Yorkshire, looking for their 7th win in a row. Campbell looks very threatening already. 6 not out. Wait, Harathka's in. She comes down the track. Big heave over towards the leg side. There are 2 fielders interested, and it's taken. Wonderfully taken out there on the boundary rope. Campbell probably playing the right style and trying to hit the ball for 6 and smack it a long way. But it was a wonderfully taken catch out there in the deep, met on the half volley. And it was a wonderful tumbling catch by Scarlett Hughes. And a 4th wicket forward, and Yorkshire's innings trickling to a close rather than exploding to a conclusion. 1-2-7 for 4 is the score.
David Campbell was caught by Scarlett Hughes, bowled April Harathka for 6. Next in is Ria Packrell.
So the new batter for Yorkshire, their number 6, Ria Packrell. Leicestershire coming into it towards the end of the innings, but I'd still see Yorkshire on top. Here comes Harathka. Bowls. Oh, and it's a drop catch straight away. He's had a caught and bowled opportunity. Hit straight back to it. It's a horrible chance. One of those ones that stings your fingertips. That could have been 2 and 2 for Harathka though, unless it was a bump ball. Try and catch it on the replay before the next ball. I think it was a hit straight back at it. And that's driven again along the floor. It was a nicer shot from Fackrell to get off the mark. Tossed up by Harathka. Sort of a delayed frustration by Harathka. End of the over. Harathka's figures 1 for 29 off her 4 overs. And 7 off the over in the end. 1 to 8 for 4. Ward on 18. He probably holds the key to a big innings or a big finish for Yorkshire. And Fackrell on 1. So then Thatcher to bowl her final over. This is the penultimate of the Yorkshire innings. And she moves away from us now. Oh, and there's an appeal for caught behind there and given. Faintest edge on that from Fackrell, who went for a big drive. That's a great take behind the stumps. It's such close range. Full delivery. That's a 3rd wicket for Thatcher. And Ellen Watson should take a lot of praise there for taking that. She went straight up. Fake neck, 5th wicket for Yorkshire. Oh, Leicestershire coming back into this at the end of the innings. 1 2 8 for 5.
Yeah, that goal was scored by Ellen Watson, bowled Emma Thatcher, 4-1.
Thatcher then to bowl to Lee, the new batter. That's a beautiful delivery. First up, pins her right back. This is a in comes the reverse, well, paddle. What was that? Was that a scoop, a ramp? All sorts attempted from Ward. It comes off the bat. So 141 for 5. They've got to 140. 145 would be very nice for Yorkshire. I think that'll be a pretty tough total to chase for Leicestershire, if I'm being honest. Here comes Phillips. Comes in, driven down the ground by Lee. They'll look for 2. Will they get it? No, they're not going to chance the arm, and single. So 142 for 5. This is the final ball then. They've got Ward on strike, which is probably what they would want. So the field then, it's stacked in terms of the offside. Now they've got fine leg back. They've kept 3rd man up to the right-handed Ward as Phillips comes in, bowls, and there's an appeal for 11 for wicket and given, hit plumb right in front of the stumps. And so that is the end of the innings, and it's slightly dribbled towards a close really from a Yorkshire perspective. They started so well with Boyce with 47 off 38, Duckworth with 38 as well. But I think it won 6 for 2 off 16 overs. They would have wanted to go on and get more than 142. They lost 3 late wickets to somewhat stutter their way towards a conclusion. So star bowlers, Thatcher 3 for 27, certainly the pick of them I would suggest. Sweet 2 for 7 too, can take plenty of credit, but it is 1-4-3 for Leicestershire to win to beat Yorkshire in this match. We will be back very shortly indeed for the chase as they require 1-4-3 to win.
Brilliant shot from Goldsworthy.
Oh, what a comeback that is! Got him.
And taken. They are very much in this, the Foxes. They are fighting hard.
Shot from Goldsworthy.
Oh, what a comeback that is! Got him.
And taken. They are very much in this, the Foxes. They are fighting hard.
Well, hello there, and welcome back to Grace Road, where we are in women's T20 action in Division 2. It's the top two, with Yorkshire having won all 6 of their games up until this point, and head and shoulders above the rest, taking on Leicestershire.
Number 12, captain Becky Brooker. Number 15, Francesca.
Who are second and set for finals day next week. A win today would certainly help them, and doing coordinated dances on the way out are the 2 batters, Becky Brooker and Cheska Swift. And the target is 143 for Leicestershire to win their 3rd game in 4 and end the incredible rise really of Yorkshire in this competition. The bowler at the Bennett end is Rachel Slater, who's taken 7 wickets, nearly 7 and over so far. And it's Brooker who waits at the striker's end. Slater comes in, left arm over the wicket and bowls a beauty first up. Bit of seam movement coming in. And there is no run, so the required rate at 7.2. Brooker 53 runs in 6 innings, best of 33. She waits right-hander. As Slater skips in, bounds in now and bowls. Again, a bit of in-swing. There's a strangled appeal for leg before wicket, but it's definitely going down the leg side. People beginning to dribble in. It's a Friday afternoon, of course. People finishing work and heading in to catch the end of this game and stay for the double-header, the second part of the double-header. Yorkshire on the far side of the field, their team camped up there. Leicestershire on this near side. It's Yorkshire in patterned blue jerseys and black shorts. It's Slater who comes in and bowls, and it's that down the leg side. It is a wide, and it's going to run away for 4 byes, in fact. The wicketkeeper was blinded by that somewhat, and it runs away for 4. Five for no loss. Slater comes in, bowls, and there's another. Oh, he's bowled her. She's bowled her. Slater with a beauty, and off stump is pegged back. I think the previous few had come back in at Brooker, and that one just nipped away, and the off stump is leaning backwards, and Brooker goes. It's another failure. It's not been an easy T20 blast for her, and she goes for a duck. 3rd ball duck, and Yorkshire's defence of 1-4-3 starts in the best possible way. 5 for 1 is the score. Looking at Becky Brooker's form, that's 4 ducks in a row. Oof.
Becky Brooker was bowled by Rachel Slater, no score. 2 batsmen. So next in, Scarlett Hughes.
Scarlett Hughes is the new batsman, or batter I should say. That run rate is already up at 10, and quite the current run rate. 4 byes helping them somewhat. So Hughes to face, wicket down. As the ball's driven by Hughes to extra cover, there is no run. Two fielders out in the power play. There's a long leg and then deep backward square leg as that's whipped round the corner. That's a pleasant shot from Hughes. It's going to be fielded out there in the deep and it'll just be a single. So Leicestershire move on to 6 for 1. There's one ball left in the final over, in the first over. Duckworth Lewis already after that wicket's gone up to 10 off just at the end of the first over. 6 for 1 the score, and Cheska Sweet is the new batsman. Big tall figure, in comes Slater, back she goes and pushes this into the offside. That's brilliantly fielded, one-handed at extra cover, and that is the end of the over. No runs coming off the final ball. Cheska Sweet has had a much better time of it than Brooker. 187 runs in this competition, but the only player to get a 50. So the top score by some distance. I'm glad to introduce, for the chase of this, 137 to win for Leicestershire. They're to beat Yorkshire. Richard Ray.
Good afternoon, Adam. Good afternoon, everybody. Humid afternoon here at Grace Road, the Uptonsteel County Ground. Good over that from Rachel Slater. She got a little bit of movement with that white ball, and one very good ball to see the end of Becky Brooker. So right hand left hand combination now for the Foxes. The left hander on strike. Scarlett Hughes, round the wicket goes the off spinner. The off spin of Cooper, good delivery, straight. No obvious turn, bowling in sunglasses, played back down to her by Scarlett Hughes. Steps in and bowls. That one came back a little bit actually. I don't know whether it was out of the back of the hand. It was played comfortably enough off the pitch by Scarlett Hughes, cutting it out really out towards cover. Again, couldn't pierce the field. A couple of very young looking players out there on the Yorkshire side. Cooper steps in, tosses it up nicely, swing and a miss and bowled. Went down on one knee, slog swept, and Scarlett Hughes very early to attempt that sort of shot really. It was nicely tossed up by the off spinner, nice loop to it, went down on one knee, tried to slog it really over mid-wicket down towards the deep mid-wicket boundary, missed, and her off stump, like Becky Brooker's, is also pegged back. So Yorkshire making a very good start to the defence of their score, and Leicestershire struggling already. They're 6 for 2.
You look at how much that makes the Duckworth Lewis, Richard, jump up. It's already at 20 this far into the innings. Sweet will probably hold the key. Played for Surrey seconds recently, got a score in the 90s, so she's certainly pushing for higher honours.
Lucy Weston replaces Scarlett Hughes. Cheska Sweet has a long conversation with her as she walks to the wicket. Got to get themselves in, or get one of them in at least, these two Leicestershire batters. Hughes went for one. Brooker without scoring. Weston has yet to score. Sweet has yet to score. The only real scoring delivery was the 4 wides down the leg side. Cooper back over the wicket to the right-handed Lucy Weston. Steps in, bowls, drops it a little bit short, but Weston is careful and just strokes it back down the wicket to her. I think had that been a little bit later in the innings, she probably would have stepped back and tried to pull, but as well to have a look first. Fielder's out at long on, and he says looking round the field at mid-wicket. Strengthens the offside now. Cooper steps in, little skip and a hop and tosses it up nicely, and that one is rather slogged out to between deep mid-wicket and long on. It's long on who runs round, gets there and fields, gets in the throw and keeps the Foxes just to the single off the delivery. Weston off the mark. just steps in, tosses it right up, full toss in fact, and it's driven on the full, but only as far as mid-off on the edge of the circle. So I suspect Francesca Sweet will feel she rather missed out on that one, wasn't able to pierce the field. Use of the feet might have helped, giving her a little bit more of an angle to get it between mid-off and extra cover. But another good over on the part of Yorkshire, and after 2 overs, Leicestershire needing, remember, 143 to win the game, are 7 for 2.
Western wants Sweet still yet to get off the mark. It's not going to be her facing the strike first up either. She's been mostly watching the carnage at the other end. Slater to continue. 1 for 6 of her first of her 1 over so far, and it will be Western who waits. Blonde haired, it's long hair poking out the bottom of the helmet as she plays straight and down to mid off. There is no run. So 1-3-6 to win. Pleasant afternoon. A white cloud in the sky, but it's certainly hot enough. As Western faces, as Slater with a real skip to start her run up comes in, bowls again straight and an inside edge, thick inside edge, with the ball dribbling away out into the leg side to backward square leg where a single is taken, and now a chance for us to finally see Sweet. I'm getting fed some great stats, Richard. Sweet played for Eversley Ladies in Hampshire. 293 not out. I presume that's in a 50 over game. In comes Slater to Sweet, and that's down the leg side, so that'll be a wide. 293 not out, 43 fours and 8 sixes.
Impressive.
Or maybe I just know these stats, who knows?
That would be impressive as well.
Slater turns, holds the ball in front of her chest and runs in now. Sweet goes back and guides that to backward point. There is no run.
Yeah, nice piece of timing, but can't quite pierce the field at the moment, the Foxes.
I'll credit Charlie the stats man, as he texts me he wants to be known as. 9 for 2 is the score. 143 is the total that Leicestershire is seeking. They've got off to the worst possible start, losing their captain in the first over and then another batter shortly after. Into the third over now as Slater comes in, bowls, and that's down the leg side again, so that will have to be bowled. 2 fielders out in the deep backward square leg and deep mid wicket.
Nice take by the keeper.
Yeah.
Standing up.
To Slater, who's to be fair at best what medium pace for this level, if not a little bit better. Left arm over the wicket, bowling from the Bennett end, so running in towards us now. She's up to the wicket, bowls, and that's driven handsomely down the ground. That's 4 runs. Certainly shot of the innings so far. That's the first boundary off the bat, isn't it? And just given a little bit more width by Slater, and Sweet taking full advantage of it, crunching it down the ground for 4 runs.
Good work by Western, not getting in the way as well. She had to leap into the air out of the way of the ball.
I notice she's moved right across now. Western at the non-striker's end. 5th ball of the 3rd over. Sweet faces, and that's up down the leg side again. That must have hit bat or pad or something. Either way, it's gone through to the wicket keeper, and there is no run. So big, if you can pierce the infield, you're going to get a boundary on the offside. All the covers on the leg side. So she's not going to offer much width. Slater, as she runs in towards us now. Big hop, skip, and a run in. There's an edge, and is that going to pierce the infield? No, it's stopped at short 3rd man.
Short being the operative word. young and clearly very promising cricketer.
Yeah.
It is the off spinner, I think. Or have we got a change of bowling? No, it is a change of bowling.
It's going to be Lee to bowl the second over from this the pavilion end.
Looks like it's going to be right arm seam. Long on and mid wicket. The two fielders on the boundary. In she goes, bowls, a little bit short, pulled around the corner 4. A little bit short, a little bit misdirected, and that was reasonably comfortable for Francesca Sweet to go back and sort of help it around the corner, pull it around the corner behind square. And as Adam said, outfield, there isn't an awful lot of green on it at the moment. It's pretty bare. If the forecast is correct for the sort of weekend and the week going forward, it's going to get a bit of a soaking over the next few days. Hopefully that will stay off tonight. Both for this game and for the Leicestershire game coming up against Yorkshire. The men, that is, obviously. 15 for 2 after 3.1. Lee is in, bowls again, very short, stays very low, but it is driven out through the offside by Francesca Sweet to the cover boundary. 4-4, dropped very short there, and it did rather creep through. Not always easy to get those away. Francesca Sweet waited for it and got enough on it to squeeze it out through the covers and pick up another 4. So consecutive boundaries, and Fox's score beginning to improve dramatically. 23 for 2. In goes the ball. Again it's short, again it's cut, and again it's 4. It was short, it was a slightly better length, but poor bowler isn't quite getting it right at the moment. Keeper's going to come down and have a word with the young seamer. Give her a little bit of encouragement. If she's going to drop short outside off stump, she's going to need a little bit of cover as well.
Yeah, possibly keep that point. She's coming back into the infield. Surely she's going to
bring the long on up. Somebody's going to have to come up. Oh, she's coming up from cover, having gone back to retrieve the ball. So still nobody out there behind the single saving fielders on the off side. 27 for 2, and that is full, and it's driven out towards mid-off, bounces off the chest of the bowler, Rachel Slater, not the bowler from the Bennett end, that is, and she's bowling. And as a result, Francesca Sweet picks up another run. She moves on to 18, 28 for 2, 18 off 10. She holds the key, it looks like, if the Foxes are going to get close. Is that 17 off the over so far?
13.
13, beg your pardon. In she goes. That's a better delivery. It is a little bit leg side, but it's a better length, and Lucy Weston is cautious, just leans forward, pokes at it a little wanly, doesn't get anything on it, comes off the pad. Dot ball. Yorkshire will take that at the moment from this over.
Fine leg moving across.
Yeah.
Strengthening the offside, aren't they?
Still mid-wicket and long on out. In goes Lee, bowls. That's nice and straight. She should have fielded that off her own bowling. Weston went back, just pushed it back down the pitch to her, and she reached across, but that's all she did, really. No great effort to stop the ball, and it brushed past the fingers and ran down towards long gone, and she takes a cap and understandably looks a little bit downcast. 29 for 2 Leicestershire after 4. That has done their innings a power of good. Their run rate is 7.2, which is pretty much exactly where it needs to be.
I feel sorry for her. I don't know how much cricket she's played so far. Let me have a look. Jeannie Lee.
Maybe not too much at this
Doesn't look like
level.
it. Doesn't
a
look.
debut on.
When you come up against one of the informed batters in this league, first up, that's always going to be difficult.
Olivia Thomas.
Olivia Thomas is going to bowl from the Bennett end. Looks like spin to me, and it's wrist spin. Back goes Weston, who is playing a little more cautiously, and she just drives this back foot punch to extra cover. There is no run. Thomas turns, holds the ball in front of her chest and moves in now. Tosses this up, forward comes Weston and defends. We've got to our side here, we've got the Tour de France here, haven't we? Someone else out in the crowds there watching it on their phone. Here comes Olivia Thomas moving towards us. Weston waits, goes back and pulls this, beats the infielder 4. Made the most out of the tiniest straying of line and maybe dropped the length back a little bit too much, Thomas. She moves so quickly and across to whack it for 4, and it beat the fielder. So Leicestershire actually picking up a little bit of pace. They seem to have been energised by that last over and Sweet's aggressiveness. And now the score 33 for 2, and as Richard said, they are now going at the required rate, where they seem to be really struggling after the loss of 2 early wickets. Sunny skies above. Thomas in, tosses this one up, that's driven down the ground safely. It was up pitch for a bit, but hammered down the ground for a single. And now Sweet on strike. One 10 to win for Leicestershire off 15.5 overs. In come, it's a full toss, and that's a very good shot from one of those. Spilton, is that going to run away towards the boundary? Just kept in, so they'll get at least 2 for that. It was clubbed out towards Cow Corner from a full toss. They're going to get 3 in the end. They made the most of that. That misfield has cost them 2 runs. It was dropped on the bounce towards the boundary and scooped back in, and they were able to run 3, so Sweet into the 20s off 11. Weston waits now. Final ball of this, the 5th over. That's a slow delivery. Tossed up, and Weston defends. And that is the end of the 5th over. And Leicestershire are 37 for 2. They need 106 to win to chase down 143. 8 off that over.
A little bit of momentum now gathering for the Foxes. Jamie Lee has been taken off, having conceded 14 runs from her single over. Cooper, the spinner, is being brought back on at the pavilion end. 1 for 1 from her single over so far. Could be the key over. Goes in, bowls to Sweet, who slogs it high down to mid-wicket. 1 bounce for 4. Thought for a minute mid-wicket might be in the game, but it was a good 10 yards or so to her left. She ran down the ropes and reached as it bounced around about 4 or 5 feet inside the ropes, but had no real chance of cutting it off. So a little bit of a slog from Francesca Sweet, but she got plenty of it. Was tossed up nicely, didn't turn, and Yorkshire decide to strengthen that mid-wicket. Well, they don't try to strengthen the mid-wicket area, they just change the fielder there, perhaps for someone slightly more fleet of foot. Sweet on to 25 from just 12 deliveries. In goes Cooper, bowls to her. Nice delivery, nicely flighted on off stump. Sweet forward to reach for a little bit, but managed to smother it out to extra cover. Or bowled by Cooper, who steps in and bowls. Slog swept, top edged, but she's got it over square leg, and that might just run away for 4 as well. It does. Wasn't quite as convincing a hit, and not quite as convincing a contact, if you like, for that one from Francesca Sweet, but she got enough on it, lifted it over off the top edge, over square leg, and it ran away to the backward square boundary for 4, 45 for 2. Sweet on to 29, less than 100 now needed by the Foxes as we come towards the end of the power play. Cooper is in, back goes Sweet. Slightly unconvincing attempt to steer it away into the offside. Misses, taken by the keeper a few inches outside off stump. Nice action, nice flight. That's too full though, and it's driven on the full out as far as mid-off, who juggles with the ball, throws, hits the stumps, but Sweet had long since made her ground. No overthrows as mid-wicket covers behind. 46 for 2. 97 to win at 6.8 runs per over. Sweet 30 off 16. If she can go on and get doubles this 60-70, Fox is going to be in a good position. Cooper to finish her over, steps in and bowls, driven hard back to her, but a good stop by the young off spinner. Means it is a dot ball. She takes a cap from the umpire, having conceded 9 runs from her second over, 1 for 10 for her from 2 overs. Power play is finished, 46 for 2. Leicestershire, having scored at 7.7. After 2 overs, they were struggling. But thanks mainly to the good offices of Francesca Sweet, they are now just about ahead of the game, although they have lost those 2 wickets. 46 for 2. And
it's interesting how you would measure that. That was probably still Yorkshire's power play given the 2 wickets, but as Richard says, that's a Sweet onslaught. That's a good name for a band, that. As Sweet is there sweeping the first delivery.
It was a good name for a band. Almost. Sweet were a big band in the 70s.
Yes, well, I'll pretend
you wouldn't remember that. Some of us, they were very big news indeed. Had a few number 1 hits.
Sweet. Western it is now who waits. 8 of 12.
Glam rock.
Fackrell bowls, and that's hit high up, straight in the air. Is it going to be taken? No, it's dropped by mid-off. Running through, I think Fackrell was sent away in the end, even though it was sort of right under her nose. It was dropped.
Oh, that's a shocker.
Sweet waits, sweeps, and times that nicely. That might have split the gap between the fielders. No, in fact, it's very well fielded on the boundary rope. On the tumble. That's a very good piece of fielding to follow up a less good piece of fielding. That saves 4 runs, and in the end they get a single, the Sweets. So 94 to win. They're going at 7 and over. In comes Fackrell, back goes Weston, tries to pull this away, but it goes too short, fine leg. There is no run. This just comes off the pad. Would I have heard of any Sweet hits?
They'd probably be familiar if you if they came up on the in the unlikely event that they came up on.
Oh, look at that long hair.
The radio, yeah.
It's Fackrell is bowling, I think, with her cap still on. Comes in bowling finger spin. It's driven down the ground pleasantly by Weston, down too long on. A single is taken. Fox on the run.
Appropriate.
Yes, yeah. From the album Desolation Boulevard. In comes Fackrell, bowls off the pads of Sweet. There is no run. That's a terrible name for an album.
They definitely had some number 1 hits. I'm certain of that. But they were tolerably ephemeral.
13 top 20 hits, Blockbuster.
That's the one.
Topping the chart.
That's the one.
Number 2 hits Hellraiser, The Ballroom Blitz, and Teenage Rampage.
Yeah.
50 for 2 at the end of the 7th over, by the way. Western 10, Sweet 32. 93 to win for Leicestershire to beat Yorkshire.
Not sure they left too much of a musical legacy in those terms, but they very much had their day in the sun. Francesca Sweets having a good day in the sun to back up good performances throughout, or through much of this T20 competition. A little bit of a delay as Yorkshire changed the field. Cooper's coming off. And we're going back to seam from the pavilion end, right arm seam of Woolston. A little bit short, clubbed back past her by Lucy Weston, but didn't quite get all of it. Mid-off ran across, fielded on the bounce and got her throwaway, keeping Lucy Weston to 1. She's into double figures though now. She's on to 11 from 16.
5 wickets at 6.5 and over for Woolston in her 5 games.
In and bowls, a little bit short. Francesca Sweet waited for it, went back and just turned it cleverly out towards short mid-wicket. There is no mid-wicket on the edge of the circle. The fielders on the leg side, other than mid-on, are all out on the boundary. Power play having finished, a comfortable single for Francesca Sweet. She moves on to 33 from 20, 52 for 2. 91 needed at 7.2, which is pretty much what they're going at the moment. They can afford to knock it around a little bit. Woolston is in, drops a touch short again, but standing up tall. Weston just strokes it back down the pitch on the off side. Comfortable stop on the bounce. Ball bouncing very high. Don't know if this is the pitch that will be used for the men's game. I suspect it is. Looks a pretty good one. And I'm sure the respective teams and coaches, assuming this is the pitch that's going to be used and there isn't another one cut, will be taking note accordingly. It looks a good pitch. Woolston is in down the leg side. Lovely take by the keeper, but it is a take by the keeper down the leg side, and you know what that means in T20. The wide is signalled. Moved well though into it, like a natural, the keeper. Offered the ball to the stumps, didn't bother demolishing them. Weston's feet having gone nowhere in terms of leaving the crease, that is. In goes Woolston, and it is hit straight back overhead. It was in the slot rather. Weston stepped forward, hit it straight. If you're going to hit straight if you can, and that was the sort of ball to hit straight. Got loads of it. Well wide, or bisected mid-on and mid-off, and bounces down to the boundary. Long on having no chance of getting across to cut it off, although she's quite straight. Down here below us, Weston starting to motor now. She's on to 15, 57 for 2. Woolston 7 from her first 4 balls is in, drops a touch short. Oh, good work at short third man as Weston. Oh, well, Weston, I'm afraid, walked down the pitch, not anticipating that third man was going to dive across to her left and make the stop. She did dive across to her left to make the stop. Weston was very slow in turning and getting back into her crease. She dived in the end, but the throw was a good one from third man as well, and that was a super piece of fielding. Not the greatest work by the batter though. Weston, having just begun to motor, as I said, has to drag herself from the crease. She can't quite believe what she did, but she did. And Leicestershire are 57 now, 4-3. These two having put on 51 for the third wicket, I beg your pardon.
It's one of those things, you so often do it as a batter, then you just dwell a little bit too long and you rarely think someone's going to take advantage of you, but that really was at this level. It was a good piece of fielding and a good throw, but to be dilly-dallying in the middle of the wicket like that and get caught out, having built a decent platform,
yeah,
is unforgivable really.
She'll learn, hopefully, from that moment. Cannot
Lucy
take
Weston
chances.
knew better.
Watson. Lucy Weston having just been dismissed. Woolston into Watson. A lot of W's out there, bowls, and it's turned off her legs nicely. Scuttles down to the non-strikers, then calls for the second and makes her ground. Not the greatest of throws from mid-wicket coming running in there. 2 runs then to Watson.
Yes, you're right. Sorry, I said Weston, didn't I? Who's the player who just got out. It's not helpful having Watson and Weston next to each other.
And,
That's
and Woolston. It's sort of designed to confuse, easily confused commentators, I'm afraid, like us.
It's the wicket-keeper Ellen Watson now out. 59 for 3, so 84 to win. This game delicately poised, actually.
It is now, yeah, they were going nicely, but big wicket that could be.
With Lewis Parr is at 57. The required run rate at 7. No, the required rate is at 7. They're going at 7.4, Leicestershire. As Fackrell continues from the Bennett end, drags this one down. It's pulled round the corner. It's a very good shot. Leicestershire might have split the fielders and has. Out to quite a square mid-wicket region, and Sweet is playing a brilliant innings at the moment. She looks a class above, to be honest, just latching on the slightly dragged back length of that delivery and pulling it forward of square. Lovely shot. 63 for 3. Sweet on to 37 from 21. 80 to win now. Into the 9th over. Back goes Sweet and plays this to cover. No run.
4 off the first ball, gives you a little bit of time.
Just looking at her previous scores, Sweet. As Fackrell is in, tosses this one up, it's good bowling. Sweet came down the track and just saw her coming and took the pace off the ball. Scores in the last 4 innings of 67 not out, 35, 23, 12, and then now this 37 not out. So he attempts the same shot. She's got that a little bit squarer this time, which means she picks out the field of that pull, making room for herself from a slightly short ball out towards deep square leg, who runs around to take it. 64 for 3 and 79 to win. Now Watson on strike takes her guard. Still a hot afternoon. It's going to be a fun evening as Leicestershire take on Yorkshire, needing Derbyshire to do them a favour. As in comes Fackrell. That doesn't bounce much, and Watson just dabs the ball down, and they take a single down to a wide long on position. 65 for 3.
Some good arms on these Yorkshire fielders.
You can see why they've won all 6 of their games. Got some very good players, good bowlers, and the fielding looks very good too. Full toss, which is played straight back to Fackrell. Derbyshire game, is that at Derby tonight? Derby against the Bears?
Yes, I think so.
Is
Yes.
that Derbyshire? Well, you never know, do you?
No, absolutely.
So Leicestershire, if they win and they beat Yorkshire and Derbyshire beat the Bears, then it will be Leicestershire into the quarter-finals. That is the end of the 9th over of this game, the first of the double-header between Leicestershire women and Yorkshire women. Leicestershire 65 for 3 in pursuit of 143, they in 78 of 11 overs at 7.1 and over. They're going at 7.2.
It's a nicely balanced game at the moment. You can't help feeling from the Foxes' point of view that Francesca Sweet holds the key.
Taking over at the pavilion end, Olivia Thomas.
Olivia Thomas is going to bowl now from the pavilion end. 8 runs conceded from her first over. A little bit of a leg spin, I believe. Steps in and bowls onto the leg stump of Watson. Ellen Watson turns it towards backward square. Looks inquiringly at Francesca Sweet, but the inquiry's answered in the negative. No chance really of a quick single. Not after that run out anyway. Drops short this time, Olivia Thomas. Back goes Watson. And And because it stays a little bit low, she has to rather work it out towards long on. Had she gone for the big pull, it might well have snuck underneath her bat and onto the stumps. But she was careful, made sure she got plenty on it, and picks up a single, moves on to 4, 66 for 3. Olivia Thomas just changes her field. She sends her square leg, a backward square, out to the boundary, which means she's bringing in her sweeper from the off side, bowls down onto the leg stump of Francesca Sweet, who sweeps out towards mid-wicket. She wants a second but turns in resignation as a good throw comes in, mid-wicket getting to the ball quite quickly. She has to settle for 1. Moves on to 39. Watson back on strike, so deep square comes into backward square on the edge of the circle. She does drop short, just outside off stump, but it is short, so Ellen Watson can go back and again pull it out to wide-ish. Long on / mid-wicket, jogs up to field, single is taken. Backward square retreats to the boundary. Sweeper comes up on the offside again, nicely tossed up by Olivia Thomas. Francesca Sweet is careful, might just have been a smidgen of turn there, slightly outside part of the bat, pushing it out into the offside. Good over so far from Olivia Thomas.
Beautiful length that.
Just the 3 singles from it. Steps in and bowls that one, is dropping short. Sweet pulls, but mid-wicket is out there on the boundary, and again it will be just the single. So a good tight over, as it turned out, by Olivia Thomas. Just the 4 singles from it. She's got none for 12 from 2. Halfway stage in terms of overs bowled, 69 for 3. They need another 74, the Foxes, so, well, it is almost perfectly balanced. And you wouldn't like to put money on either side at the moment.
No, it's really nicely placed, this. 10 overs, 69 for 3, so 74 to win. I think you normally say, wouldn't you, that a team that's basically halfway there after 10 overs should go home and win, particularly with wickets in hand and with a batter in. Sweet holds the key. Woolston to bowl her second over from the Bennett end, the end furthest away from us. Blonde-haired, patterned blue shirts and black trousers. Leicestershire all in green with a red fox emblazoned on the front of their jerseys. In comes Woolston. Right arm over the wicket, and it's turned round the corner by Sweet. Straight to short fine leg, there is no run.
Missed out a little bit. A couple of yards either side would have been 4.
It's incredible how fast the outfield is, isn't it? You can still see patches of yellow and dead grass, basically, and it's the same all over the country. It was a shot. It was one of the shots that was a bit aerial and went over the infield, and normally that would plug, I think, in a normal outfield, but it's zipped along for 4. In comes Woolston, bowls, and that's just sort of twisted the wrist on that, has Sweet, and down the ground it goes, sort of paddled down the ground with a horizontal bat.
Just stopped a bit, whether that is worth noting for tonight's fixture.
70 for 3, 73 to win. As Woolston wants the ball in front of her chest now. The longest run up now, kicks up her heels, comes in outside off stump, and that's carved on the offside out to deep cover. Watson now on to 6, 71 for 3. One of the other scores in the games today in Leicestershire's group, the Vitality Blast Women's League 2 North Group. Northamptonshire 77 for 2, halfway through their chase of 133 against Derbyshire. Here comes Woolston, comes in, bowls, that's down the leg side, and that was going to run away for 4 wides as well, double punishment. So defiant chase from a Yorkshire fielder, but it's lost out, and Woolston will be gutted at that. as it raced away for 4 runs, and that's a bit of a freebie for Leicestershire's batters, who hadn't scored a boundary in a while, and they've been gifted one. 76 for 3, 67 to win now, and this really is game on. Another game, by the way, in Southgate, Kent, halfway through their chase of 133 against Glamorgan. They're 60 for 2. Woolston, 16 runs conceded off her 1.5 overs so far. Comes in, bowls, and Sweet pulls that round the corner. It's bobbling and bouncing, but well fielded and well watched by deep backwards square leg, so it's just a single. In terms of Woolston, 5 overs, 6.5, 5 wickets, 6.5 and over so far in this competition. Top wicket taker is Fackrell with 15 and going at 4.5 and over. Watson waits, and that ball comes off her pad, does it, or did that get a little feather on the bat? I'm looking at the umpire with interest. He looks like he's going to pat his knee, and he is. So that's a leg by for Leicestershire. 78 for 3. Haven't had a 50 in this game. We had Georgie Boyce get very close with 47 in the Yorkshire innings. Sweet on 42 off 31. We'll hope that it's her, but Yorkshire keeping it tight at the moment. Final ball of the 11th over. Sweet faces. Woolston is in, and that's a lovely shot. Lovely sweep. Picked it up quickly. It was quite a full delivery, but used the pace on the ball beautifully. Got it fine over the fielder at short fine leg to race away for 4 runs. 3 bounces on that. That's a perfect way to end the over from a Leicestershire perspective. There was 5, 9, 10, 11, 13 off the over in the end there, Richard. Very good over for Leicestershire. 82 for 3, 61 to win off 9 overs, so they need to go at just under 7 and over now. They're going well.
Yeah, at the moment they're very much on target. If Francesca Sweet stays there for another 4 or 5 overs, they will get there, you feel. Ellen Watson's job really is to get Francesca Sweet on strike. 6 off 7 for Watson. Looks around. Fackrell, Yorkshire's leading wicket taker in the competition, picks up the bowling. Attempted reverse sweep. The ball does turn from the off spinner slightly. Was going on down the leg side, but it was all a little bit messy. Ellen Watson didn't get anything on it. Came off the pad, ran out gently towards mid wicket. She just waited for it and turned it through square leg. That's a better delivery from Fackrell. Off stump line, and Ellen Watson reaches forward, just pushes it back down the pitch to the off spinner, who steps in and bowls again. She's attempting to do a reverse sweep. She's trying a little bit too hard, I'd suggest here, Ellen Watson. She sort of got it, but it looped out towards backward point. There is a backward point and there was no run. There's a great big gap at square leg. If she just wants to push one, that's the, well, that was a little bit towards mid-wicket. Almost sold Francesca Sweet a little bit short, but mid-wicket didn't pick up the ball cleanly, so Sweet, in the end, made her ground without alarm. Watson on to 7, but she's occupied 4 deliveries, finding that single. 83 for 3, just adds a little bit of pressure on the last 2 for Francesca Sweet, who waits, just bobs at the knees. In goes Fackrell, slog swept up into the air. She's going to get away with it off the top edge. It's going to drop very short of deep mid-wicket, who jogs in and fields, and Sweet picks up 1. She moves on to 47, 84 for 3, just the 2 singles from Fackrell's 3rd over. In she goes, bowls. That's the better shot from Ellen Watson. Just leant forward, turned it out to square leg. She wants a second. She's been sent back, and rightly so, by Francesca Sweet. It was a good throw from deep square coming in from the boundary. So just the 3 singles from the over, but again, no wickets. Fackrell has been tight, 13 from those 3 overs, but the Foxes still pretty much on target. If you take Duckworth Lewis as a guide, well, they should be 80, and they are 85. 4-3. Francesca Sweet and Ellen Watson have a long conversation in mid-pitch Be a lovely one for Leicestershire to win. Really, this one to beat the unbeaten table toppers.
Agreed. It'll be a great win. Yorkshire certainly the favourites, I think, for this competition. Jeannie Lee is back, 14 off the first over. Can she do better the second time? And she comes now. Bowles, reverse sweep for 4. And it's a lovely shot from Watson, who was onto that quickly.
It's a tough one, Lee, isn't it?
Yeah.
It wasn't such a horrendous delivery.
It wasn't a bad ball at all. It was a length ball on off-stump line. Jeannie Lee, I'm thinking, what on earth have I done wrong there?
Shoulders slumped a little bit as she saw it evading third man. Short third, I should add.
So at the Bennett end, so she's going to run in towards us now. Watson on 12, and that's a tempting pull around the corner. She's missed out there, has Watson. That was a poor ball that time. Played to short fine leg.
The vagaries of cricket. It was a horrendous delivery, really. There was nothing much wrong with the first, which went for 4, and that should have gone somewhere down into Milligan Road, but got away with it.
In comes Lee. Bowles, back goes Watson and pushes this out into the offside, and Watson again wanted it was a bit of a mercenary running wise. Wanted a single there. He's sent back by the more responsible Sweet, who decides there wasn't a single there. 12 of 15 to Watson. 89 for 3 is the score. 54 needed to win. Back goes Watson. That was a good delivery from Lee. Tucked her up for room. And they're going to come back for a second. There might have been a second one there, actually, to be fair. But they decide against it. 90 for 3. And that puts Sweet on strike. Taller figure of. Black hair just poking out the bottom of the helmet as Lee is in. Sweet goes back and pushes that off the back foot into the covers. Single taken, and there's one more ball in the over. Very good line and lengths from Lee, to be fair.
Yes, she's been much better. Coming perhaps down the slope might just help. There isn't much of her in it. It's hard work getting up the slope where she drops short all the time.
In she comes now. Oh, she's beaten her. And nearly bowled Watson. That's a much better delivery and a good way to finish the over. Well, the first one went for 14, didn't it? So only 6 off the second from Lee. A good recovery from her. 91 for 3 is the score. 52 needed from 7 overs.
Drinks for Ellen Watson and Francesca Sweet. It is humid out there. It's going to be tight.
It is going to be tight. So the games tonight in the North Group men. So we've already said Leicestershire, Yorkshire, and then Derbyshire against the Bears at the County Ground in Derby. There's also Durham against Northamptonshire. Both of them have confirmed they're through, I think.
They have, but I guess they may be playing for home
semi
quarter.
Home quarter, yep.
Whereas whichever of Leicestershire or actually Worcester could also go through. Or
if Leicestershire and the Bears lose, yeah,
indeed, or the Bears, which of those three, they are playing for an away game at Surrey or Somerset, basically, which would not be.
Yeah, so Durham or Lancashire are basically playing for a home semi-final.
TV showing the game, not Lancs for some reason. Olivia Thomas is back on at the pavilion end. Slog swept, got underneath it, should be caught out mid-wicket, is caught at mid-wicket. Francesca Sweet on 48. Is that the turning point of the game? She raises her eyes to the heavens. She got a lot of it, but the fielder at mid-wicket saw it, a deep mid-wicket, saw it all the way. Would have been easy for it to have slightly misjudged it, but she didn't. Took it both hands pointing up, and that is a big moment potentially in the game. Sweet goes, caught Campbell, bowled Olivia Thomas for 48. Foxes 91 for 4, 6.5 remain, 52 to win, 6 wickets. Couldn't be tighter.
You do feel like that was a massive turning point. Sweet just looked like she was connecting better than the rest of the batters. Looked more at ease out there and was hitting the ball further, to put it simply, than everybody else, and that was a big hit. Just picked out the third. You sort of felt, as you were sort of saying, 10 feet either way. That would have been 6.
Flora Davies.
Flora Davies, the new batsman, or batter, beg your pardon. Takes guard. It's like a leg stump guard to me. 91 for 4. These two have to keep the scoreboard moving, ticking. That's all they need to do. A little bit short from Thomas, and Davies can go back and work it out. There's 2 there easily, and indeed Watson calls Davies back for the second. Flora Davies was running to the danger end, but made her ground reasonably comfortably. She moves on to 2. 93 for 4. Thomas is in, drops very, very short and gets away with it, as all Davies can do is hit it straight back to her. Thomas picks up and throws at the stumps, and actually hits the bat of Flora Davies as she does so, and the umpires are exercised about that.
What, throwing the ball back?
Yeah, they're going to have words. They're going to. Don't think there was anything. I mean, Olivia Thomas, Davies was moving around in the crease, but the umpire is going to have a word with the Yorkshire skipper. An admonition
Seems to me to be all
issued.
right.
Nothing in it really. And all is well. On we go. Thomas is in. A big full toss that somehow misses everything. Davies stepped forward. It was a loopy delivery. I say full toss. It dipped a little bit at the end, but had she stepped out and connected, it would have been on the full. Missed it, but it missed the stumps, and it wasn't taken cleanly by the keeper.
Beautiful delivery. It's a spinning delivery. It spun quite a bit in the end. Watching on the replay.
Thomas is in, drops short outside off stump, nicely cut away off the back foot by Flora Davies, but the sweeper is out there on the offside boundary, and it is just a single to the Foxes. So this is a big over for Yorkshire. Olivia Thomas picked up the key, potentially the key wicket. Francesca Sweet for 48 has conceded just a handful of runs. 94 for 4, 49, less than 50 to win, but having been motoring along, suddenly it's looking like hard work for the Foxes. Drops very short again and pulled around the corner, but out to mid-wicket, who juggles, but does pick it up, doesn't drop it as she juggles and gets her throw away. Single from the last ball. So Emma Watson has moved on to 4. Ellen Watson has moved on to 14. Flora Davies has 3. 95 for 4. 6 overs to go. 48 needed to win. That's 8 and over now, and it's suddenly beginning to look a little bit pressured for Leicestershire. And, well, they're almost exactly where they want to be on DLS, but feels like a lot of runs, that.
You could feel as soon as Sweet was out, the tide turned somewhat, and just the free scoring ability of Leicestershire has dropped quite significantly too. 48 to win off 36, so eminently doable. But here comes Slater. Big skip halfway through a run up, comes in and beats Watson outside off stump. 14 off 19. Run rate goes up a little bit again to 8.2. Tiny bit more cloud cover. It's a bit windy, as you can probably hear in our effects mic. It's a bit windier at Grace Road now, the Uptonsteel County Ground. It's been white clouds all day, very light grey clouds up in the sky. Slater comes in, bowls, defended back to Slater by Watson, who tilts her head right up to the heavens in frustration at not getting a scoring shot off that.
It's a lot of, all she had to do was hit it straight on the onside, wasn't it? And there's 1 or even 2 there.
There's a big gap between long on and deep mid wicket. Slater comes in, bowls, back goes Watson, hits this up in the air and it falls in front of point and they get a single for it. It's too little though. A run rate has already gone up by 0.5 up to 8.6. The wind picks up. The Leicestershire flag to our left on the Milligan Road is a little bit more active than it has been. Car reverses itself out of the garage after hopefully being done up. In comes Slater, right past the umpire, tight, and Davis just chips this in the air off leg stump, off her ankles into the leg side and gets a single. This is nowhere near enough from a Leicestershire perspective, but if you're Yorkshire, this is exactly what you would have wanted. They are starting to strangle Leicestershire. Are the Vikings. As Watson faces right-hander as Slater, right arm over the wicket comes in, and that is slogged into that gap over there, but it's not timed well enough on the leg side, and it's just going to be a single.
And the boundaries have dried up rather. Good bowling by Yorkshire. Rachel Slater, 1 for 17 from 2.5.
Just thinking when the last time we saw a boundary, Watson has scored one as Slater's in, and that's pulled round the corner by Davis. That's a good shot, but it's going to pick out the fielder. Stopped on the boundary rope, and they're going to come back for two, taking on the arm. Good running. And the 100 is up for Leicestershire. The 15th over mark, so they still need 43 to win this. They need to find boundaries and quick if they're going to do this. Watson 16, Davis 6. And so it is what the equation is, 43 of 30.
Duckworth Lewis would have you believe the score should be 102 after one delivery of this over, and it's a moment it's on 100 for 4, so there's absolutely nothing in it if you take that as the guide. Ellen Watson will be on strike, 16 of 22. Thackerell's going to bowl her. Thackerell's going to bowl her the final over of her spell. None for 13 from 3 for the leg spinner, goes in and bowls. Nice little reverse sweep, and that will run away for 4. Nice shot from Ellen Watson. Length delivery, but it did rather sit up just outside off stump and with short third. Quite wide actually on the edge of the circle, and a very, very fast outfield, even up the very slight slope that there is here at the Uptonsteel County Ground. That was always going to be 4. The Foxes needed that one. They move on to 104 for 4, 39 to win. Leah Thackerell is in and bowls. Back goes Ellen Watson, plays it firmly, but back down the pitch on the onside. Thackerell fields off her own bowling and rightly hurls it into the keeper, making sure that Ellen Watson is back in her ground. Thackerell is in a touch short. Watson goes back and cuts it out into the covers. The throw is a little bit wild. Keeper can't stop it.
Sorry. Just pushed the chair into the radiator there.
But it is well backed up, so it is just the single. Watson on to 21. Thackerell is in, bowls it full, on driven, off the front foot, down towards long, on runs across to her left, fields well. And it is just a single, got plenty of that though. Flora Davies. Been a touch straight, it might just have snuck between long on and long off. It didn't. In goes Thackerell and bowls. Cut out into the covers. Should be a run out. Davies went charging down the pitch, was sent back by Ellen Watson, who holds up her hand in apology. And I think she would have been, if the throw had been any good from the covers back to the keeper, she would have probably been run out. Driven out into the offside, and I think that was on the bounce by Ellen Watson. Extra cover, sort of diving to her left, couldn't stop the ball cleanly. I think she hit it down into the ground. So wasn't a chance, but either way, she made a sufficient stop to keep it to 1. Watson on to 22, 107 for 4, 36 needed off 4 overs. The rate just creeping up and beginning to count against Leicestershire really now. They are slightly behind on Duckworth Lewis, just slightly. A couple of boundaries would make all the difference, but 36 off 4 with 6 wickets in hand, 9 and over. It's quite a big ask.
Everybody's Claude Cooper.
And is that a change of bowling? We haven't.
It is.
Yeah, we have. Oh, we have had
Just
Cooper,
whilst
1
was
for
on.
10. And now it is Cooper at the far end. Bowls this spin, and that's hoiked over towards deep mid wicket. It's picking out the fielder though, so the right sort of contact, just the wrong direction on it. Watson on to 23. They need to find boundaries. 36 now off 23. 12 run over would bring this back towards Leicestershire, but at the moment you've got to feel Yorkshire are on top. The run rate up to 9 and over now. In comes Cooper, tosses it up, and it's a good delivery as it forced Davis back, but she couldn't make any contact on the cut. .35 to win, and that's driven. It's through the gap though. It's not going to go for 4 as there's a fielder out of deep cover. It beats extra cover. .109 for 4, 34 to win. Off 21, down the pitch comes Watson, and again that's just played down the ground, but it's straight to the fielder really. They can only take a single out to long on. It's the right idea, it's just the wrong execution. 2 balls left in the 17th. In comes Cooper, and back goes Davis, and can only get a single for it down to long on. They need to finish this over off with a flourish. How many have we had off it so far? We have had just 4 off it. Good bowling from Cooper. Boundary much needed at this point. Down the pitch they come, and they're only going to get a single. Down to long on again. Good bowling from Cooper. 5 off that over. So it is now 31 needed off 18 balls, and that run rate up to 10.3.
Yeah, she's been the pick for me. She has lovely action, and there's been very little loose from her. 1 for 15 from 3. Separate overs, so to speak, as well. She hasn't not bowled sort of consecutive overs at any stage. And she has impressive control. Well, Fackrell is done. 4 overs, none for 20 for her. So it has to be the change. Who's going to bowl the 18th over?
Olivia Thomas.
It's Olivia Thomas. 1 for 16 from 3. Fielders spreading out to the boundary as she steps in and bowls. Back goes Ellen Watson, just chips it out to mid wicket. No chance of a second though she turns, hopefully. Fielder comes in and it is just 1. Fox is beginning to run out of deliveries here. 30 needed from 17 legitimate deliveries.
Yeah.
In comes long off to mid off. And Flora Davies hits straight, a little bit short. She goes back and cuts out to the sweeper on the offside boundary. It will be just 1 again. Single suit Yorkshire. 114 for 4. They keep Leicestershire in the game. Davies has 10 from 11, but with each single, the rate required hops up. It is now pretty much 11s now. If you go by over, the sun goes behind cloud, wind gets up a little bit. In goes Thomas Bowles, a little bit short, pulled around the corner by Ellen Watson. She somehow managed to bisect the fielders, but a good diving, tumbling stop down there at deep backward square means that it is just 2 instead of the 4 that just for a moment looked might be the case. So well chased down there by the Yorkshire fielder from backward square.
I thought that was going for 4. That would have been a big moment for Leicestershire. Had it gone, it would have just made it a little bit easy. As pressure's still ramping up.
Thomas steps in and bowls down the leg side, and she has bowled Ellen Watson behind her legs. Watson stepped across and tried to loft it to the same area, backward of square. Missed or pitched and bounced, didn't really spin too much, went more or less straight on, but clipped the top of leg stump, and that one fears for the Foxes might just be that. Watson goes bowled by Olivia Thomas for 28, 116 for 5, 27 needed, 5 wickets in hand, yes, but can any of the remaining batsmen really put bat to ball in a way that would get them the 27 they still need from 14 deliveries, almost 2 a ball now.
Someone needs to do some clubbing, don't they?
Boundaries now very much the order of the day. Olivia Thomas 2 for 20 from 3.4. Batsman Ellie Phillips has come out to join Flora Davies.
It's a nice name, isn't it, Flora?
It is. Pleasantly sort of a old-fashioned as much. Flora Thompson, Lark Rise to Candleford. Yes, I think it is. Olivia's pretty nice as well. Steps in Olivia Thomas and bowls outside of stump, driven nicely by Phillips down the ground, too long off. One is taken.
I think you've got to credit Yorkshire, actually, to be fair. The field placings have been very good. They've bowled to the plans as well, haven't they? Which has meant that Leicestershire just can't get the ball away.
Just sort of bear that out for the new right-handed batsman. Well, not new. Davies is now on strike. Backward square goes out, outside off stump, cut, slightly top edge, straight down to third man. Jeannie Lee is the fielder. And one is taken, another successful over for Olivia Thomas. She finishes her spell, 4 overs, 2 for 22. And getting lots of pats on the backs and low fives from her Yorkshire teammates, because she has put the Vikings in a very strong position. 25 needed for the Foxes from the last 2 overs to end Yorkshire's undefeated run. It's a lot of runs.
Over 2 a ball is very difficult from here on in, and with 2 new batters as well. So it is going to be Slater, who's probably been the pick of the Yorkshire bowlers. 1 for 19 off her 3. She stands waiting, sort of instructing the field. Moves a short, fine leg slightly straighter. And runs in now, gets very tight to the umpire as she runs in. It's a single off the first ball out to mid-wicket. They're going to go for 2. They are going to take 2, in fact. I spoke too soon by saying it was a single, and they comfortably make 2. So, it is now 23 needed off 11. But of course the problem is that even though they got 2 off that ball, that's actually put the run rate up. They need boundaries, and they need them now. They probably need them 2 overs ago, to be honest with you. Davis on to 13. They need a big over. In comes... is that a wide? No, it's a dot ball. It's inside the line.
Well, ball.
Is that left alone by Davis? Did you just not see that ball coming?
Just left it, unfortunately.
Slater 72 on her back. She's just telling square leg and deep mid wicket to move straighter. There's also a long on down there. As she comes left arm round the wicket in, and that's pulled up it into the square leg region. Trying to get it over. I think she's trying to get it finer, sort of chip. Short fine leg, but in the end it went squarer than she hoped for. 1, 2, 2 for 5, or is that the scoreboard's updated? 1, 2, 1 for 5. 22 off 9. It's a run rate up to 15 basically now. 3 6s will do it from here. get them right back into it. Here comes Slater. Here's the reverse ramp. It's just this orthodox ramp, in fact. 1-2-1-5.
Yeah, you can understand them trying this, trying to use the pace on the ball with both long on, I beg your pardon, with both third man and long leg up on the edge of the circle. There's a logic to it, but it was quite well bowled by Rachel Slater. Fullish, it wasn't quite there to ramp really.
In comes Slater, penultimate ball of the over, and her spell. That's just hit high up in the air. Is it going to land? Is it going to land safe? No, it's taken brilliantly. Oh, it's dropped by the wicketkeeper. It's fallen out of her paunches. She ran so well to take the catch, and then tumbled, and it fell out of her gloves. And so the chance goes begging. It's a poor shot, really, just chipped right up into the air. They get a single from it, and it's now 21 off 7 required for Leicestershire. I think this game has gone, sadly, unless they can. A big boundary here, a 6 off the final ball would bring us to 15 off the final over, which is doable. In comes Slater, bowls, and it's stumped, is it?
Yes,
The ball went straight
quite
through
what she was doing.
and then started running down the track. I was so confused, started charging down the track and was stumped. So there's the 6th wicket. It's a dot ball, more importantly, and Davis has to go for 14 off 15. I think that probably is it for Leicestershire at the end of the day.
Yes, I think she just got a little bit disorientated, perhaps there. Maybe she didn't realise it was in the keeper's hands, but good piece of keeping and a very good over from Rachel Slater. 1 for 23. Sorry, I beg your pardon, 2 with that wicket. 2 for 23 she finishes with. So Yorkshire bowlers have squeezed well in the sort of second half of the innings in particular. They've shown really why they've gone through these group stages unbeaten.
Stumped by Abby Ward, bowled Rachel Slater for 14.
Abby Ward having done well to get to that chance earlier in the over, not able to hang on, but then she made up for it with a nice piece of work behind the stumps, although, as I say, Flora Davies did rather lose her bearings and made life fairly straightforward for her. Can they get 21 off the last over? I'd be very surprised. Cooper's back on to bowl that last over. Steps in. Stepping across is Phillips, trying to pull, not getting anything on it. Sort of trying to help it around the corner. 21 off 5 deliveries. Cooper is in down the wicket and smashing it is Phillips. A really good hit, and it's a 1 bounce 4, very nearly 6. A long off running across has rather hurt her knee. I'm not surprised because it is a rock hard. Went down, she dived, reaching out for the ball, picks herself up. It's Fackrell down there and limps away. Bless her, she's okay. I think she is, but it is like diving on concrete essentially, but a really good hit by Phillips. Used her feet, made it into something of a half volley. Is Fackrell going to come off? Are they going to send on the 12thers? No, but she's gone up to inside the circle, so she doesn't have to do too much running. In goes Cooper, tosses up again. Phillips uses her feet and drives it out towards long off. They're going to take on the throw for a second, and they... Oh!
Was out. I think she was just short. It was worth it. It was worth trying, I think.
Roth is run out. Yes, I say oh because it looked like from... admittedly, we're not exactly square onto the stumps, but she looked slightly surprised about being given out, but... out she has been given. She had to take on the run to keep Phillips on strike, really, so just the single means that it's 127 for 7. Now 3 balls to go, 17 needed off those 3 balls, and yeah, your 3 sixes very much now required, Adam, I'm afraid.
Next in, Holly Whitfield.
Paul Whitfield comes out to join the relatively diminutive Phillips.
This is never fun to come out of number 9, is it? Needing something like this on a hiding to absolutely nothing.
Leicestershire through to the finals day anyway, aren't they? As I understand.
No, so it depends. If they lose on Sunday,
right,
against Derbyshire,
Cooper is in. Davis hits it down the pitch and it hits Whitfield, who turns her head away from the ball and runs out towards Long on, who throws and feels, and 2 taken in the end. But Whitfield wasn't too aware there and flexes her right knee. It's a good hit by Phillips.
I'm sure a knee could tell you that.
Cooper is in. Phillips swings and misses and is bowled. And I think we can now definitively say Yorkshire win this game. 14 to win off the last ball. Phillips hit out bravely there. She connected with a few as well. Used her feet well.
It's worth a try. Showed the urgency that was required, just couldn't pull it off, so that will be the last ball.
One more to come. Whitfield still limping around, having been struck by that on drive from Phillips.
What to do off the final ball, just try and heave it, or play for the averages.
Well, that's why I was kind of wondering about whether run rates are a factor. Leicestershire's men having lost badly against Yorkshire's men up at Headingley, so badly in fact that it's affected really the rest of the season, the T20 season really. It did their net run rate so much damage that...
So I didn't finish, did I? So if they lose to Derbyshire, Leicestershire on Sunday, and Worcestershire win against Yorkshire, then they won't be at final stage. But I think the feeling is that because of what we've seen today, that's not overly likely.
Cooper is in. Hetheridge is driving out to cover point, who feels. They take the single, and that is that. Leicestershire finish their reply to Yorkshire's 142 on 130 for 8. Yorkshire win by 12 runs and stay undefeated this season, but they pushed hard, I think, by the Foxes. That's a decent effort by the home side.
It was Cheska Sweet that held the key, wasn't it? And then as soon as she departed, she probably went 3 overs too early. Had she been able to get a 50 up to 60 and 70, this would have been a lot closer. But a valiant effort, good bowling performance, but Yorkshire just having too much, as they have with everybody so far this season. So they win in the end by 13 runs. The Vikings win, and this of course just part 1 of this double bill. We will be back very shortly, Richard and I, for part 2, Leicestershire against Yorkshire's men. So do join us for that. We'll be live from about 6:25 here at Grace Road for that. But it is Yorkshire who win here against Leicestershire in the T20 Blast. Thank you very much indeed for listening and watching. Goodbye.
shot from Goldsworthy.
Oh, what a comeback that is. Got him.
And taken. They are very much in this, the Foxes. They are fighting hard.
Brilliant shot from Goldsworthy.
Oh, what a comeback that is. Got him.
And taken. They are very much in this, the Foxes. They are fighting hard.
Brilliant shot from Goldsworthy.
Oh, what a comeback that is. Got him.
And taken. They are very much in this, the Foxes. They are fighting hard.
shot from Goldsworthy.
Oh, what a comeback that is! Got him.
And taken. They are very much in this, the Foxes. They are fighting hard.
Brilliant shot from Goldsworthy.
Oh, what a comeback that is! Got him.
And taken. They are very much in this, the Foxes. They are fighting hard.
Brilliant shot from Goldsworthy.
Oh, what a comeback that is! Got him.
And taken. They are very much in this, the Foxes. They are fighting hard.
Shot from Goldsworthy.
Oh, what a comeback that is! Got him.
And taken. They are very much in this, the Foxes. They are fighting hard.
shot from Goldsworthy.
Oh, what a comeback that is! Got him.
And taken. They are very much in this, the Foxes. They are fighting hard.
Brilliant shot from Goldsworthy.
Oh, what a comeback that is! Got him.
And taken. They are very much in this, the Foxes. They are fighting hard.
Looks on the chubby side.
Yeah. Are playing that you would think that Leicestershire Foxes are favourites to get to the Division 2 final on Saturday at Wantage Road. We are here though at Grace Road for the second match in the double-header. Leicestershire Foxes against Yorkshire Vikings, and a reminder, Leicestershire can qualify for the quarter-finals tonight should they win, but they need Derbyshire to give them a helping hand over the border. You just heard Alfonso Thomas there, Richard Ray, our Foxes commentator, who's with us tonight, and apologies for interrupting you, but it's quite interesting how he sounded pretty rueful, didn't he, over a couple of performances, which is what we were talking about. But it was interesting to hear him say it out loud, that he was frustrated. He probably feels Leicestershire should not really be in this position tonight.
No, if they don't go through, there will be a lot of frustration, I suspect. It will be mitigated if they perform well in the county championship at Derby, next week, and then at Kent the following week, because they remain in an outstanding position at the top of the second division. But there will be a lot of frustration, and and it hurts the club. I mean, not just the fact that they're not going to be involved in the knockout stages, but it hurts the club financially as well. And every penny counts at a club like this, and getting through to knockout stages, and the fees that you get from being on TV, etc., etc., it does make a big difference. It could make a big difference to the sort of playing budget for next season, which there will have to be a certain amount of recruitment and a lot of thinking if they're going to sort of hold their own in Division 1 next season. So that will add to the frustration if they don't go through. You can pick out individual performances, as in the team performances at certain venues, but it's all in the past now. All they can do is play well tonight, put together that three-sided performance that Alfonso had talked about throughout the competition, get over the line with a little bit to spare, hopefully against a weakened Yorkshire side, as we've talked about, and then we'll look north and see how Derby have got on.
It is certainly out of Leicestershire's hands tonight, but the county championship is where the real success has been, but not in the shortest format, and I guess the most exciting format with the most fans in the ground too. We are just about to wait for the players to come out. There's a tunnel out on the field full of school children waving Leicestershire flags. A reminder, it's a massive weekend of sport in your city and your county over the weekend. It's the Lions' first test tomorrow in Brisbane. Ollie Chesham set to be the first Lion since 2013 from Leicester. He is on the bench for that game. 11 o'clock start tomorrow. Jack Van Portfleet starts at scrum half as England play the USA over in America, and of course it is Leicester City's first game under Marti Cifuentes, their new manager. Tomorrow they play the Hungarian first division side, and Richard, let's hope this goes well, Zalaegerszeg, in fact it is, the Hungarian side, as part of their pre-season tour. And what we should also mention, Fraser Jones, whose first open experience ended today, the amateur, who was caddied by his dad from Kirby Muxloe, qualified, did so well to get there, shot a 2 over par 73 today. He hasn't made the cut for the next stages, but what an incredible experience that was for him, and congratulations to him and his family. Right, the Yorkshire players are out on the field. It's a baking hot night in Leicester, and Leicestershire's players are out on the field too. Or Leicestershire's opening pair, Sol Budinger and Rishi Patel. It's 6th against 8th in the T20 Blast, but there are big points differences between them, and a very different type of performance throughout this T20 campaign from both.
And welcome to those who are following us on the stream as well, especially all the Yorkshire supporters hoping for better from their side tonight. It is a slightly weakened Yorkshire side. No Johnny Bairstow, no Dom Bess. Two umpires are Steve O'Shaughnessy Naeem Ashraf. The match referee is James Whitaker. Reminder that Yorkshire won the toss and have chosen to bowl first.
So it's Matt Reevis and
Matt
who else has
Mills
come in?
He's going to open.
Harry
the bowling.
Duke is the new man in as well, isn't he? So,
Sporting, a very blonde shock of hair, Harry Duke at the moment.
So it is Milnes to bowl. 8 on his back as Yorkshire bowled the first ball in this innings. It's left alone by Rishi Patel. Milnes, ex-Durham, Notts and Kent. 2 for 27 last night. It was a Roses game last night.
It was.
Won by Lancashire.
Just looking at the pitch, this is the pitch that was used by Leicestershire and the Yorkshire women earlier. Always different when the men are bowling on it because they sort of bang it in a lot harder, but you can definitely see it's sort of lighter at the far end and darker at this pavilion end.
Milnes in, bowls, and off the back foot Patel pushes it out behind square, and Leicestershire are off and running. You are right, Duke. Is that's it? That looks like a very big mullet that Duke's got out there, blonde mullet.
I don't want to use the word, but yes, it has to be said.
It's not an offensive term anymore. It's what they're looking for.
Is it not?
No, mullet's what they look for.
Okay.
It's what all the kids are wearing these days. So we've got a right hand, left hand opening pairing for Leicestershire as ever. But these two have had very different T20 campaigns, really, Budinger and Patel. Patel 192 runs in 12 innings, 150 but 3 ducks. Budinger 344 runs in 12 innings, he's got 3 50s, and it's Budinger, the left-hander, who waits as Milne comes in and he's clipped that off his legs very nicely. It did and gets 4, it's misfielded at long leg and goes for 4. That's probably that's poor fielding really out on the boundary there. It just went under the fielder, didn't it? Almost like he dived over it. And 4 runs. Leicestershire's first boundary, nicely timed by Budinger though. Milnes straying a bit too straight.
Yeah, looked like he got there, didn't he, really? And got his left hand down, but couldn't quite get it down on the ball in time. So good start for Budinger.
That's Milne running towards us. He's bowling from the pavilion end. In he comes, and it's on the leg stump line, and it hits the pads of Budinger and trickles into the leg side. Leicestershire in green with a red fox emblazoned over their breast, and then Yorkshire with a patterned blue jersey and black shorts. Are they black shorts? More navy blue, probably, aren't they?
Navy, yeah.
Navy blue trousers.
Yeah, they've tried all sorts over the years. Yorkshire, the T20.
And here is Milnes. Past the umpire now, he bowls, and Budinger goes big! He's picked that up and he's got 6! That's going to ruin someone's pizza. No, in fact, it's gone over the Pizza Huts. And that might have gone into the road, into Milligan Road on the bounce. That was a huge 6, big pickup right in the slot, and that's gone big for Budinger, the first 6 of the night.
Yep, Stewart has to open the gates. I think there was a little silver car that went up the road at the same time, and it came sort of bouncing off it. Stewart's managed to get the ball from the road, looking each way.
Just to remind everybody.
But they have found it, but my word, that ball won't be quite as hard as it was already. Back it comes. What a pickup by Budinger.
I really hope someone's car wasn't hit by that. That's a horrible. Particularly when there's a garage just over the road there. Imagine if you just drive your car out as MOT, you pick it up Friday night.
It is a bodywork shop, so yeah. It's the right sort of garage, so to speak.
So 11 for no loss, but Budinger on to 10 off 3 deliveries. If Budinger gets going, Leicestershire could be rocking and rolling pretty quickly. Milne has got to have a response. Short, fared, and he comes now. Milne bowls and Budinger pulls this. That's going to be 4 more. Didn't get quite up as high as initially thought. It was not really a bad ball. Not even sure you describe it. Sort of a length. Maybe the line was wrong on his hips, but he turned around so quickly, Budinger, and whipped it for 4 off his hips. And that's a glorious shot.
Yeah, he's got wonderfully quick hands. 15 off the first over, but you're right. It was the wrong line given that he's need the one man out down on that side, and Budinger having such quick hands. It does feel like they're going to have to get 200 to put Yorkshire under pressure, absence of Bairstow notwithstanding. Dan Moriarty, old soldier, is going to bowl from the Bennett end.
15 off the first over then for Leicestershire. As
4 wickets for Moriarty this season. Hasn't bowled that many overs. 7 matches he's played in. Left arm spin round the wicket. Of course, Patel drives straight, could go all the way. It will go all the way. Not for 6, bounces a couple of times. Almost a nasty collision between mid-off running back and long on running along the boundary. Both got there almost. Neither could quite get there in time. So Patel picks up where Budinger left off in the previous over with a 4 off Moriarty's first delivery. Left armer steps in and bowls on leg stump, swept out to deep backward square. Fielder is out there. I think that's Revis out there, I think. Fields on the bounce, and it is a single to Rishi Patel. 6 off 4 for him. Been the subject of a little bit of criticism from Leicester supporters in this competition, Rishi. Problem is that he's such a good player, expectations are so high, it sort of creates a very high bar for him. When he doesn't quite get over it, he does tend to cop a little bit more criticism than some. Over the wicket goes Moriarty and bowls to Budinger, who slog sweeps out to deep mid-wicket, should be caught out there and is picked out. The fielder, and Moriarty has his man. Well, he did have to run about 10 yards up the ropes, but he was always going to be comfortable. Just didn't quite get it, Sol Budinger, and, well, another very briefly promising innings comes to a disappointingly early end as far as the Foxes are concerned. Jordan Thompson, the catcher out there, made a straightforward catch look straightforward.
20 for 1 is the score. Masood, it was interesting. I just was looking up the stats. 6 of 12 innings from Masood, between 20 and 40, which really sums it up, doesn't it? He's not been bad. You couldn't say he's been a flop at all, but he's not really made the contribution. The other thing I noticed was a strike rate of 130, which what you want from your overseas is to come around and smack it, don't you? You want the gun batter, and I just don't think he's been that.
Looks around him, mid-wicket and backward square, the 2 men on the boundary. Over the wicket goes Moriarty, bowls to the former Pakistan captain who is forward, working the ball out through the vacant mid-wicket area, out towards Thompson coming in, takes the single. It's Patel back down on strike. Duke claps his gauntlets together behind the stumps. Backward square goes out and long on for Patel. Moriarty back round the wicket, bowls, quicker delivery, Patel just forward, pushing it out into the offside. Malan is a shortish extra cover, trying to stop one. Did so on that occasion. Good over from Moriarty so far. Can he finish it strong? Steps in and bowls, chipped off the back foot by Patel, out towards mid-wicket, and so fast is the outfield here. There's no grass on it at all, really. And there's no chance for deep backward square to get across from his position in front of the old manual scoreboard, or to one side of the manual scoreboard. It's a really good collection of folks in what used to be the Geary bar. It's now dedicated to the sale of a very popular black stout. Patel picks up 4. Just a nice piece of timing. 25 for 1 off 2 overs. 10 off it.
So it is Masood. This will be the last we well, it might be the last we see of him, even if they do get to the quarterfinals, because let's not forget the quarterfinals are in September. So generally they look for someone else to recruit. People have travelled all over the world. It's a very elegant batsman, very nice man. I heard him on the Talking Foxes podcast. And he waits, left-handed, bat raised at hip height, as Sutherland is in to bowl, and he beautifully cover drives him, Shan Masood, square of the wicket, and it's fielded by deep backward point. Sutherland, an Aussie all-rounder, 2 one-dayers.
7 wickets this season in 8 innings bowled, 26 overs. It's been expensive. Economy rates almost 12s, 11.46.
He's tall, blonde-haired, broad-shouldered, and he's running in from the pavilion end. He's past the umpire, he bowls, and that's just chipped up in the air by Patel. Not a convincing stroke at all, out towards that deep square leg again.
It's a huge old unit, isn't he, Sutherland?
He is.
It's a bit like sort of Cam Green, the way he runs to the wicket, just not quite as effective.
27 for 1 is the score. The run rate's still at 11 and over. So that Budinger quick flash, it was over very quickly, but it has put them on a decent start. Here comes Sutherland, he bowls, and that's defended by Masood, who drops and runs, but is sent back by Patel. And he turns and darts back. Decent crowd in tonight. It's taking a little bit of time to get going, but it's a glorious evening. There's been some white cloud in the sky all day, but now it's gone very high up in the sky. It's mostly blue that we can see, a bit of white off to our right hand side.
Ashraf is having a word with Will Sutherland. Not sure what about, maybe just running down the pitch a bit.
Long run up for Sutherland. He sort of bustles in, does the Aussie, up to the wicket. He bowls, driven, flash straight at cover. I don't think he timed that particularly well either, Masood. It sounded a bit tinny off the bat, and so there is no run.
Sometimes in the women's game there was a bit of mistiming of the ball. It didn't quite come on, and whether the pitch shouldn't be soft, should it, but maybe it doesn't quite come on.
Sutherland holds the ball in front of his chest, and he comes now, slower ball, and guided to mid-wicket by Masood, who's now 2 from 5. He did play he played the kind of knock that you'd associate with an overseas player, and you know, the guy that you've got in on some decent money against Notts, where he did come in with a very good platform, it has to be said, and smashed around a bit. It's the only real time I've seen him do that since joining Leicestershire. Here is Sutherland then. 1 ball left in the third over. It's inside edge, and how's that missed the stumps? He's not going to get any runs for it, and that is a very, very mean over from Sutherland. He's conceded just 2 runs from it, and Leicestershire are 27 for 1. Given the flying start that they had, they could permit themselves a low scoring over, but Patel 11, Masood 2.
Well, Foxy Phil would like to take issue with us. He thinks we're being a bit too generous to Shan Masood. He says, come on. He says he's been a flop. I think I know what you're saying, Phil. You expect a bit more from your overseas. He hasn't won us the games, and we talked about it beforehand, didn't we? He hasn't gone past 50, hasn't got a 50 in the competition yet. For Leicestershire, that is. Moriarty, after his success in his previous over, will continue in the power play. Long on and mid-wicket, the men out. Moriarty round the wicket to Patel, who sweeps for 4, 1 bounce into the netting that is wisely, I suspect, placed in front of that aforementioned bar alongside the manual scoreboard.
What black Irish stout could that be, Richard, I wonder?
I'm not sure that the denizens thereof would necessarily be in a great position to make the clean stop. If it bounced up, it could cause carnage. Cleave a path amongst the drinkers down there. Moriarty is in. Patel steps away, makes room, drives very straight. Has it got the legs? He's going to be caught, and he is caught by Long On, running directly behind Moriarty. Didn't quite come on, didn't quite get all of it, and Grace Road goes very quiet indeed. The crowd, at least, although the drummers give it plenty, because Yorkshire have picked up a 2nd wicket in the power play in Rishi Patel's competition. Hasn't improved. He goes caught at Long On for 15, and Leicestershire are 31 for 2.
Yeah, so 207 runs for Rishi Patel in 13 innings. It's just not been his year so far, has it? He won, was it Northampton won basically with his innings 1? So he was the only player to get a century, and that was the definitive contribution. He got 150 against Notts and set a really good platform. It's just not been his year this season so far for Rishi Patel.
He hasn't, yeah.
32
championship game at Northampton, yes.
Sorry, yes, you're right. Sorry, yes, I wasn't clear. Yeah, so 32 for 2, and Leicester need to be careful all of a sudden.
James Wharton, the catcher, good catch as well. Moriarty looks around him. no changes to the field for the right-handed Rahan Ahmed. Actually, there are. Long off is out now, not long on. As Moriarty goes in, bowls to Rahan, who just works it through, pushes it through the vacant mid-off area, out towards Wharton, who's moved across there. Throws on the bounce to Harry Duke, and one is taken. Ahmed has been a success in this competition, no question about it. As Moriarty prepares to go over the wicket. 257 runs at 42 for Rahan as Moriarty is in. Ahmed slog sweeps, doesn't get anything on it, hits him on the pad but outside the line. Didn't turn back enough for me, and presumably for umpire O'Shaughnessy as well, who's standing at the Bennett end in this game. Masood 2 off 7 as Moriarty steps in. He steps back and drives, but again he's driven it straight to Milan at extra cover. Makes the stop cleanly, just about. 32 for 2. 1 ball to go in the 4th over. Moriarty steps in. Bowls. Swept over. Backward square for 4 by Masood. He has finally connected cleanly with 1. Leicestershire and Masood needed that. He moves on to 6. Leicestershire on to 36 for 2 from 4.
Just to remind listeners and viewers, the stats if you lose 3 wickets in a power play are not good. You tend to lose between 60 and 70% of your games if you do that. So Leicestershire will want to keep it at just 2 wickets down at 36 for 2 after 4 overs. We've got to change of bowling again down here at the pavilion end. Indeed we do. It's a humid, sweaty night. Oh, it's Matt Milnes again. Moriarty, the villain again, Richard,
Very good.
for Leicestershire.
Very good. Yes, I remember that famous semi-final in the rain at Trent Bridge.
Here comes Milnes up to the wicket, he bowls, and Ahmed clips this through the leg side and will get a single. I was doing Sherlock Holmes, what were you doing?
Well, I was remembering Moriarty. He genuinely was the villain when he was Notts beat Leicestershire in the semi-final in the COVID year, I think it was.
Oh, so yours was a much better.
It was a cricket reference, but I take the Conan Doyle reference.
Is he playing in that game? Was he? The
Moriarty
2020.
for Notts, yeah.
Was he?
At that time, yeah.
There's Milnes into Masood, who goes for a big hoik and gets 4 for it. It's not great fielding. It's short, fine leg. Somehow he's got 4 for that. It's a thick inside edge. I don't know how it hasn't splattered the stumps, but he's got 4 for it either way. And Masood living a bit of a charmed life out there. That's the second one he's nearly chopped on to, but he's on to 10. 41 for 2. There's a puff of smoke emerges from behind the hospitality tent. I presume that's a barbecue of some sort. As Milnes past the umpire, bowls, big hit from Masood. That's a much better shot. 1 bounce 4 through cow corner. Just back of a leg. Well, no, it wasn't back of a leg. It was probably a length ball, and beautiful arc of the blade from Masood, driving it over towards the leg side. And there's 4 more. There's runs in this pitch, I think, Richard, from what we've seen. As I think you've hinted at, there's a few balls that stop and cause the batters problems. Masood it is, left-hander rather, and it's Milne, right arm over the wicket. In he comes, and he goes for a bigger one. That's 6 more. That's into the Irish tent, the Irish stout tent.
Onto the roof, bounced over it, hit the roof. Corrugated tin roof, bounced over, and that could be in the road as well.
6 runs. There's a short boundary on the leg side to the left-hander there, and he just found that easily. Great shot. Wonderful timing from Masood, and we're getting a new ball.
I've just seen it. A taxi drove over it, but I've just seen somebody pick it up on the road, so it might be heading back. Here it comes.
I presume Lewis Hill's come on with what looks like a sort of Mission Impossible style briefcase full of
I would say it contains the nuclear code.
It does look like the nuclear code.
They have chosen one, but the old one has come back, so umpire Ashraf will inspect it. But he's got one a replacement in his pocket just in case.
So that's the second one that's gone onto the Milligan Road. The ball changes have been all the rage in cricketing circles over the past 10 days or so, with India using them particularly often in the Test match. Masood waits, 20 not out, 51 for 2 the score, and he goes for a scoop and doesn't time that well at all, and it goes to short fine leg, so it's just a single. How many runs? Milne's 1.5 overs,
16 off its
31
over so far.
Wow.
5 balls.
So the run rate up to 10.8, and Milne's going at 15 and over.
Yeah, you'd never think all the so many of the Indian cricketers were ambassadors for the Indian manufacturer of cricket balls, would you?
So here comes Milnes to end the over. In he comes now, bowls, and Rahan Ahmed knows that his team have scored enough runs in that over that he doesn't need to take a risk, so he defends a length ball. End of the over. 16 off it, Richard. 52 for 2. And the final over of the power play is coming up. Leicestershire with a rollicking old start, but they've got to be careful because they've lost 2 early wickets. Ahmed 2. Masood is on 21. And it's a set up for a fun evening, I think. Yorkshire have often come here. We've often some good games at Grace Road against Yorkshire. I remember you remember I think was it 2019 when they hit about 250 here, Yorkshire.
Yeah, we've had some exciting games. Adam Lythe involved in a lot of them. Not here tonight. Will Sutherland is going to have a go from the Bennett end down the slight slope. Cometh the Australian over the wicket to Masood, who is bowled. He stepped across, tried to ramp. It was a full delivery, almost Yorker length, and Masood falling away, almost Rishabh Pant style, trying to scoop it on the roll. Missed it, squeezed underneath his bat. Stumps are disturbed, and Sutherland turned to 1 or 2 in the hospitality boxes who might have been giving him a little bit of encouragement, and wagged his finger because he now has 1 for 2 from 1.1 overs, and Masood, who had begun well again, has not gone on, and if that is the last we see of him, well, Leicestershire will be a little bit disappointed, I suspect, with his contribution.
7 from 13 innings between 20 and 40. And again at a strike rate, I mean, it was a little bit more aggressive today, but at a strike rate that hasn't set the world on fire. Interesting we're sitting in Ben Cox, Richard, because that tells you they know they're in a bit of trouble. Cox was in form, but Cox is the player you send in when you've lost 3 early wickets. It's not Louis Kimber, so they're hoping that he can set a platform for later on. But I think the Yorkshire fans have been getting a bit of jip from down there in that corner on the far side when the catch was taken for the 2nd wicket. There was a sign made to the crowd as well.
Wow. They just come from a Roses match, it shouldn't be too. In goes Sutherland and bowls, and Cox is careful, just pushing it out towards mid-wicket, where Milnes is the fielder and there's no run. This is not the bear pit that you get at Old Trafford, or indeed Henley if you're a Lancashire player, so I would imagine that occasionally spiky, though the Uptonsteel faithful can be in certain places, that it says nothing to a Roses game. In goes Sutherland, bowls down the leg side, and Cox sort of tries vaguely to help it on its way, knowing that if he misses it, as he did, it will be signalled wide. Umpire O'Shaughnessy duly extends his arms. 53 for 3. At this point then, by Adam's stats, Yorkshire the favourites. Cox does a spot of removal, dirt removal or dust removal or bit of grass, something that's annoying him in the pitch, then back down at his crease and awaits the arrival of Sutherland, who bowls short to him. He gets up on his toes and cuts it away down towards deep backward. Point Chahan puts in the chase, can't get there in front of the meat, and Cox is off the mark with a 4. Played beautifully at Worcester.
He did. It was probably the best innings that we've seen from someone in the T20, I thought. He settled the nerves when Leicestershire were in a bit of trouble and then ramped up beautifully. Some big hitting at the death. And he got Leicestershire a score that everybody in the press box that I was talking to was saying, well, that'll be enough. But Worcestershire absolutely cruised it. to beat them. That was the real killer. Had they won that game, we would be in a much more comfortable position at this point.
57 for 3. Sutherland is in. Cox is walking down and flicking it off his body down towards deep backward square. Good piece of fielding down there, sliding away to his right, and then examines the back of his elbows a little bit ruefully. There won't be much skin left on them. You're basically sliding along baked earth at the moment with a slight covering of dried grass, thatchy, but won't help much at all in terms of cushioning. Cox picks up one good piece of fielding though, and then deep backward square, runs around to long leg for Ahmed. So long leg and third man, the two men on the boundary, should be short then. Sutherland is in. It is short, helped around the corner by Ahmed, and it's gone fine of long leg to fine leg for 4. So having telegraphed his intention, Sutherland did dutifully bowl the short ball, but he got it wrong down the leg side, and Ahmed was able just to sort of stand up tall, lean away from it, or cross it so to speak, just help it around the corner. And clever shot by Rehan Ahmed. He's a clever player. He moves on to 6, 62 for 3. The 62 is good from Leicester's point of view, the 3 less so. Sutherland and Milan have a long conversation. Are they going to leave the fielders where they are? They are. So still long leg and third man.
So short, surely. Are they moving them in?
You would expect so, but got punished last time. Outside off stump, Ahmed flails away, misses, and Sutherland tells him what for. Chuntering away the Aussie there as he walks back to get his cap from umpire O'Shea. He's still jabbering. End of the over, 62 for 3, end of the power play. And well, you would say perhaps balance, but if anything it tilts in Yorkshire's favour with those 3 wickets. Ahmed has 6, Cox has 5.
I'd say so, Richard, but only just. I think you're right there. It's a good number of runs on the board, but Leicestershire can't really afford to take too many risks in the next 5 or 6 overs. We must mention, Richard, the game going on over the border in Derbyshire,
yes,
because that is all important. A reminder, if Leicestershire win today and Derbyshire beat the Bears, then Leicestershire will be in the quarter-finals. But if the Bears, who are in better form than Derbyshire, win over at the county ground, then Leicestershire are out no matter what happens. It's 69 for no loss at the end of the 8th over, and it's the Bears batting. So the Bears have started very well, Davis and Latham there. So that's not the start they would have wanted. Jaffa Chauhan is going to bowl from the pavilion end. His leg spinner first up is a straight delivery that doesn't spin much and straightens, and Cox just drives this into the leg side and gets a single.
69.
70 for no loss after 8 it is. It's not the start Leicestershire fans would have wanted. But you never know. Derbyshire bottom of the North group. Here comes Chauhan, active run up, and it's driven by Ahmed and well fielded by Chauhan, driving to his left. Chauhan just playing T20 cricket. He's only ever played T20 cricket, Jaffa Chauhan. Picked up after a very good net session in Loughborough. He spins the ball from right to left hand. It's a long run up for a spinner, and in he comes now. And forward comes Ahmed, leg spinner to leg spinner, and they don't get a run for that. The fielder at cover dives on top of it, and there is no run, so just 1 off the over so far. Cox leans on his bat at the non-striker's end very elegantly, and Rehan Ahmed now waits, bat at hip height. As Chauhan comes past the umpire, Ahmed goes back and hits that into the ground. He's not going to get a run for that either. You can see the frustration building just in the body language out there. Now we're going to hand over very shortly to Letitia George on this Friday night. I'll give you the choice of listening in a moment. Chauhan in, tosses this up, Ahmed drives, and is he going to get 4 for it? He is. Well, that relieves the pressure somewhat. Over the covers, a lofted drive. Chauhan put that in the slot for him slightly, and Ahmed playing that nicely. 4 more to him, the score on to 67 for 3. So you will have a choice of listening. If you want to stay with us at the cricket on a lovely evening at Grace Road, then DAB, the BBC Sport website and app, BBC Sounds or your smart speaker is the place to go. Chauhan comes in. and Ahmed misses out there. It was a bit of a long hop, and Ahmed tried to make room for himself and ended up pulling it from off stump to leg and into the ground. And if you want to listen to Leicestershire draws, then FM is the place to be, so we will hand over very shortly indeed. But that is the end of the 7th over here at Grace Road. Leicestershire are 68 for 3 after 7 overs. They're going at 9.7 and over. A reminder, they need to win, and Leicester and Derbyshire need to beat the Bears 80 for no loss off 8.4 overs. It looks like the Bears are building a big total, which might mean that all of this is rather academic. But from all of us, thank you very much indeed, and for all of us who've joined on FM over the past 14 weeks, or past 6-7 weeks or so, thank you very much indeed for listening to our T20 coverage. But you can continue listening. You retune your radio to DAB, the BBC Sport website and app, and BBC Sounds. As Thompson is in, he bowls to Ahmed, who defends. From all of us, thank you very much indeed. Goodbye.
Jordan Thompson, bustling right arm seamer from the Bennett end. Ahmed just pushing that one out towards Milan. Just 11 from 11 for Rahan at the moment. Beginning to build an innings. Thompson turns, runs in, bowls. Again, that's just slightly short of a length line. Slightly late call. Thompson ran on to the ball and used his footballing skills, such as they are, to try and kick the ball onto the stumps. Missed them. Duke ran up to field. Make sure there were no overthrows. Single to Ahmed, 12 off 12, 69 for 3. Brings Cox back down on strike. Sun goes behind cloud, thankfully, because it's been very warm. Promise of some very heavy showers over the weekend, but not tonight, hopefully. Thompson is in. Cox walks forward, a long way in front of his crease when he defends that one out into the offside. Milan, the skipper, fields, tosses the ball to mid-off to return to Thompson. A buzz around the Uptonsteel County ground. Crowd not quite sure where this innings is going at the moment. 69 for 3. Run rate 9.2. Thompson is in, outside off stump. Room for Cox to carve it away out towards deep backward point where Milnes is fielding. In front of the popular stand. Not quite full. Plenty to one side of the meet where the song, from which area the songs usually emerge. But no singing as yet from the Leicestershire supporters. Perhaps they've heard the news from the county ground, Derby, whatever it is, at the Incora at the moment, I think it is. In goes Thompson, bowls. That one seams back in, hits Ahmed very high. There's hesitation, and in comes Chowan and sort of side arms the ball up towards the bowler's end. Thompson, who had been busy appealing to umpire O'Shaughnessy, it was far too high, even on Rahan Ahmed, who's not a tall man. Certainly Duke wasn't interested in supporting the Thompson appeal. The leg by was the result. Ahmed stays on 12. The score moves on to 71. Thompson is in and bowls again. Cox is walking forward, whipping it very wristily off his body, and Thompson can't quite believe how he managed to work that one down towards wide long leg between backward square and long leg, and it runs away for 4. So good end to the over as far as Leicestershire are concerned, less so for Jordan Thompson and for Yorkshire. 75 for 3 after 8. The Foxes, they'll want, for me, Adam, a minimum of 180.
I think 180 is about par on this pitch at the very least, but Leicestershire haven't really got big totals, have they?
Not big enough, not really, not intimidatingly big.
Chohan, 6 of his first over. He's bowling right arm leg spinners to the right-handed Rahan Ahmed, who goes back and cuts uppish, and it's just wide of the fielder, and it's a chase for the man at deep cover, and they don't go for the second in the end, so it's just a single, well fielded on the boundary rope. 76 for 3 now the score. Ahmed on to 13. Cox looks in form, doesn't it? It just looks very easy for him. He's timing it nicely, using his wrists very agile, in a very agile manner. And Chohan with that jet black mullet, which bounces as he runs in now. He tosses it up. It's driven in a restrained fashion by Cox. So they're going to look for 2 here. They are. Ahmed's going to call him through. This is going to be tight. It was a direct hit. He was out, but it misses, and Chohan doesn't gather either, and it goes through to the backing up fielder. So they do get 2. It's just the difficulty sometimes when you lose the wickets in the power play, you can't carry on the carnage. And so the run rate was quite good. Surely Ben Cox, I thought Ben Cox was going to bat about 3 feet outside leg stump then. He's finally moved in. Chohan in. Back goes Cox, edges it, but straight to short third man. There is no run. 78 for 3. And these two have had to play quite sensibly, but they have found the gaps quite well. We've got a deep backward square leg, deep mid wicket long on, a wide long off, and a deep cover point. Chohan in, swept by Cox, and he finds the gap over to the left hand side, a wide expanse in the leg side. There's one of those songs that you were mentioning. It's coming from the area you mentioned as well.
First of the day, first of the evening.
Oh, and a little toot as well on the Vuvuzela. There's a change in field. There's a backward point and a short third man. In comes Chohan past the umpire. A flattered leg spinner, which is punched down the ground by Ahmed. And he gets a single. So we've had 5 off the over, I think, haven't we?
5 so far.
5 off the over, off the 5 balls from Chohan. Can they finish with a boundary? Chohan comes in. Cox waits, bends his knees, goes back, tries to hit this hard, and does hit it hard. He times it perfectly, but he picks out the fielder perfectly too and smacks his bat on his pad in frustration. 80 for 3 the score. Cox 15, Rahan Ahmed 14. They're still going at 9 and over Leicestershire. They're building relatively well. I guess the crowd would fancy a few more 6s here and there, wouldn't they?
They would. Change of bowling. Jordan Thompson just the 1 over from him. Conceded 7 runs from it. Milan going back to Dan Moriarty's left arm spin. 2 overs in the power play. Picked up 2 wickets. Moriarty wipes his left hand on the bone dry outfield. Jogs in front of Steve O'Shaughnessy and bowls. Cox sweeps and sweeps hard on the bounce out to the deep backward square, but good fielding out there, keeps it to a single.
Yorkshire number 21, Dan Moriarty.
Didn't sound like the usual announcer, did it? Well, that's a man on the mic. Moriarty is in. Back goes Ahmed. Cut. Doesn't really get it all. Shafiq fields, throws. Duke takes off the bails, but Cox, he looks very lean at the moment, Ben Cox. He's, I suppose, beginning to move towards the out of the experienced and into the veteran category. Extremely fit.
He's loving his life here. Whenever you talk to him, he loves it here.
He's in good shape.
And I think that's what I think
with his cricket.
That's helped his batting. I think when you feel like that, you push yourself, don't you, to be fitter and try harder.
Moriarty, little skip, then walks in and bowls. Cox sweeps. It's going to be just the 1. Didn't quite time it as well as he would have liked. Thrown on the bounce to Duke. Cox 17 off 12 now. 17 off 13 even. 84 for 3. No boundaries really coming in the last 3 or 4 overs. Plenty of singles, but not piercing the field. Moriarty is in. Ahmed's pierced the field there because he's walked down the wicket and smashed it over the black sight screen and into the hospitality marquee. Sounded like a big crash there. It disappeared behind the sight screen, but the ball has been thrown back to, or handed back to the fielder, so hopefully it hasn't done too much damage. But Leicestershire needed that maximum. Ahmed on to 21, 90 for 3. Just walked down and baseball batted it back over Moriarty's head. He stands back, cuts that one to Abdullah Shafiq. only just bounces short of him at backward point, but it does bounce short of him. No run taken cleanly by Shafiq, who claps his hands together. Moriarty tells his backward square to go squarer for Ahmed, then steps in and bowls a little bit short. He goes back, cuts, gets a bottom edge. It goes down into the ground and somehow works its way towards short third man, where Milnes is the fielder, and a single is taken. So because of that 6, 10 off the over. That is what the Foxes need to do, a boundary and singles, essentially. But they've got to look for 10 and over if they possibly can. Halfway stage, 91 for 3, that 180. It would be just par, I think. I think they need to get nearer 200.
I think they're set for 200 at 90 for 3 on at the 10 over mark, but it's the wickets column that's the problem. I must say about Ahmed, what has really struck me and what really impressed me was there was an element of, well, that's just how I play, about him a couple of years ago. He'd get out to some silly shots, he'd play aggressively all the time, but he plays the situation so much better now. So it's this Revis who's going to bowl from the pavilion end, and he's edged him for 4 after that. After I say all that, he does go for a slight poke outside off stump. He gets 4 for it, but the result is good for Leicestershire, though the execution not perhaps what Ahmed would have wanted. No foot movement that at all, really. But you take my point, you know, he's really built, and we've seen that in the county championship, the brilliant innings that he's played. He's turning into a really quality player. He's utilising his talent. As Revis, right arm over the wicket, pace bowler comes in, and Ahmed just plays that sensibly out into the leg side, just picking it off his pads, and it sails through to James Wharton, the young talented player for Yorkshire. What's going on at Derby?
Just while you're looking that up, 3 centuries for Rehan in the county championship this season.
I don't think we want to know how well it's going.
Is it?
113 for no loss after 11 overs. Here comes Revis. He bowls down the track, comes Cox and pulls him. That's going to be 4 runs. Lovely placement. Came down the track. I think it was premeditated. And even though Revis banged it in, Cox was down the track and whacked him for 4. And this is an expensive over already for Yorkshire. Leicestershire coming at Leicestershire now, finding a bit of rhythm. These two settled down and hunkered down for a few overs, but they have brought up the 100. And this over's gone for 9 already. As Cox waits, his sort of routine is to first start outside leg stump, and that's a nice shot off the back foot. They're going to go for 2 here. They're going to take on the arm. They are. It's played out to deep cover, and they come back comfortably. Put pressure on the fielder out in the deep there. And suddenly this over has brought the whole innings back to life fully. Great start. 102 for 3. Cox 23, Rehan Ahmed 27. In run rate 9.6. White cloud above, but it's still a balmy night in Leicester. Revis runs away from us. Up to the wicket, bowls. It's a slower delivery, which Cox hooks round the corner. Puts a lot of pressure on the fielder. And Chauhan stumbles as he gets up, so they're able to run the second comfortably. 13 off the over.
A wicket in the competition in his bowling so far this season, Matt Revis. He's only bowled in 4 innings. This only his 7th over. So he has rather fallen out of favour in white ball cricket for the Yorkshire county.
He bounds in now. Cox waits and he comes down the track. He's got 4 more for it. Same place. It was a tennis shot, really. It was as if he was Carlos Alcaraz in the Wimbledon final. It was like a serve shot, wasn't it? Pulling it right up above his shoulders and dragging it down for 4 more. That was a really expensive over from a Yorkshire perspective, a very good over from a Leicestershire perspective. They have moved on to 108 for 3. We've had 11 overs, the run rate moving up towards 10 on BBC Radio Leicester and the Leicestershire stream on YouTube. 108 for 3.
17 of that Matt Revis over, so that might be his, what did I say he'd bowled up to now? 4. It might be his 6th, I should say, 7th and last. I wouldn't be surprised. Jaffa Chauhan is going to have a go from the Bennett end. Lewis Hill running the drinks, the former Leicestershire captain.